All right, good evening, everyone. This is our regular council meeting of January 14th, 2026, our first council meeting of the year. It is 6:30 p.m. and I'll call the meeting to order and acknowledge that all members of council are present. At this time, I'd like to share our township land acknowledgement. The township of Adjala-Tosorontio is situated on the lands within Treaty 18, being the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe peoples, including the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. This land is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We acknowledge Indigenous peoples as stewards of the land, and we honor their resilience as well as their culture, and have a shared respect for the lands, plants, animals, and waterways which sustains us all. We recognize the injustices against Indigenous peoples and are mindful that the decisions of government impact our shared land and all the inhabitants. We commit to reconciliation as a journey to foster Indigenous cultural awareness and educational opportunities, establish respectful and healthy relations with Indigenous peoples, continue to steward the land and its inhabitants, and to cultivate an inclusive community for all. So this evening we had no closed session, so we are at the open session part of the agenda at 6:30 p.m. and we're on to item 4, which is the addition section. Are there any additions for this evening's meeting? Seeing none. We're on to item 5, which is the adoption of the agenda, and the recommendation is that the agenda for the regular council meeting held on Wednesday, January 14th, 2026 be adopted as presented. And do I have a mover for that recommendation? Deputy Mayor Laux, seconded by Councillor Cox. Any questions on the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Item 6 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. Are there any disclosures at this time? And seeing none, if you do find yourself in that situation later, please declare then. And we're on item 7, which is the adoption of the minutes. So there are 2 sets of minutes, December 10th, 2025 and December 17th, 2025. Are there any questions with regards to the minutes? And the recommendation is that the minutes of the regular council meeting held on December 10th, 2025 be adopted as presented, and that the minutes of the special council meeting held on December 17th, 2025 be adopted as presented. And do I have a mover for that? Councillor Cox, seconder please. Councillor O'Leary. And all those in favor? And that is carried. So we're on to presentations, item 8. So 8.1 is a presentation from our treasurer, Brant Anderchuk, with regards to the 2026 municipal budget. Mr. Anderchuk.
Thank you. We just have the first slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. So I would just like to take this time to highlight some of the major changes in the budget and the tax increases for the township. So our first slide in the presentation, I would just like to point out, it shows that for this year, the 2.45% blended tax increase is the lowest increase in this term of council. As you will recall, council made some tough decisions back in 2023 about putting funding into our capital reserves, and that was the reason for the decrease. But for 2026, again, our increase is only 2.45%, and that is also the result of significant growth and increase in assessment in which the township has experienced over the last couple of years. Next slide, please. And this basically shows what a typical residential property will experience as far as the tax increase. So a single family home valued for tax purposes, property tax purposes of $500,000 will see an increase of only $8.82 per month, or $105 annually. Next slide, please. And with this, we're just comparing our blended tax increase with some of the neighboring municipalities. And as you will see, The township has one of the lowest rates in Simcoe County, and it may be actually the lowest increase in Simcoe County at 2.45%. And some of the highlights in our operating budget that was adopted, our taxes, the amount required for taxes for 2026 is just over 11 million as compared to 10.3 million in 2025. So that is about a 723 increase. Our investment in our capital reserves is now increased to 1.685 million to ensure the long-term stability and available funding for capital projects. Included in this 2026 budget was a cost of living adjustment of 3%, which included all staff, volunteers, as well as council. Also included in this 2026 budget was an important
The colored zoning layers show new updates and the applicable filters to our township. So this is our current progress. You will see on how the layers and the colors are different now. Each lot will have the overall zoning of the property, and it's going to get better. It's going to provide more information for the residents. This is a huge project, and we have to double check every parcel within the township to ensure accuracy. As we're going through the files, we're finding all of the older planning application amendments. And we're working with the county. The county has done the original layer. Now it's up to us to check everything. The official plan will be added to this once it gets approved and has gone through all of the steps. And this step number 5, or slide 5, this is what we want to do. This shows you what can be done with GIS, and this can be all front facing to the public. So it's available at their fingertips. It is customer friendly, it's user friendly, it's available 24/7, and it provides all of the data and historical information on a property. So we can go in, we can check, see what the zoning is, what exceptions are, minor variances, everything will be attached to that property. So the general public can access this. We get phone calls if people aren't sure, we can access this. And it will be connected to a digital library through our record system, and it'll be available to everybody. So you've heard the advantages and benefits to the project update to revitalize our GIS system. The county has been great in helping us move this forward. We are 400 lots in. We've got quite a few more to check before we can move on to the next steps. But this is going to do amazing things in the township. And as we grow, we can add everything. Sky's the limit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And before I go on to questions, even though you're only at 400, I do want to commend staff of the county for taking on this project, because it is certainly something that we've had a need for many years, where we've got a lot of residents inquiring about their properties. And at the end of the day, this will save valuable time and resources for our township as well as the residents. So I commend everyone, and I look forward to the finished project. All right, so several hands here. So I've got Councillor Cox and then Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, through the chair to Debbie, I'd also like to thank you for bringing this project forward. I think it's long overdue. Glad we're getting closer to 2026. My only question is, will the new GIS software integrate cloud permit as well?
No, it won't integrate cloud permit. However, planning applications as they get processed, and it will be an ongoing project. So once something goes through the entire planning process, be it a variance or whatever, it would automatically, our staff would update the system as it happens. So we would take the information, the approvals, and have it stored in the library, and it would be linked eventually to the GIS. That's the ultimate goal.
Okay, Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, Debbie, with this new program, are we going to be able to, as a municipality, be able to say that, I don't know, say lot 36 has a well, as an actual drilled well, bored well, or, and what the depths are and stuff like that?
Good. We could grow to that. We could include all of our services, hydrants, water, everything. Like I said, the sky's the limit. We can add all of our municipal assets, and through you, Mayor, we can do anything with it. It's amazing. You can add street lights, stop signs, any types of works that is being done or is proposed. and all get updated as part of our asset management, it's an amazing thing too. And this can all be built in to this.
Supplement.
Sure.
To the chair, I think it's a good idea because I think a lot of people do phone in to the township looking for water information when they're buying lots or they're buying land or what have you. And if we had it recorded, then it's like, because it's already recorded, it's all the well drillers have to register it in Simcoe County, so it wouldn't be that big of an add-on. Anyways, thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you. Through the chair. To Debbie. In terms of this project, is it connected to the OpenGIS that we're presently on? So is it just like we're doing this and the county's also updating everything as well?
Through the mayor, to Councillor Simpson, yes. It is all done through the county's GIS.
Okay.
We approach them, ask them about updating it. And we have talked about eventually linking our digital library. Records management is one of the steps, storing the digital data and providing that link. I've spoken in depth to our IT and they said it is possible. So we can link everything together.
So as a supplemental then, these additions like the wells, I have a couple additions I'd like to see as well. Gas lines, right? Because there are certain corridors that have gas presently available. Another thing I'd like to see is TRCA lands and county forests, and sometimes those are not. TRCA or the county forests are included, but the TRCA lands are not recognized in the present OpenGIS. So, those are things I would like to see as well.
It would be something that we would have to speak to the county because they are the kind of the owners of the GIS, but I don't see why these things can't be added. There may be a fee, but it is something, it's possible.
Are those additions then specific to a municipality? So in the OpenGIS software, would there be like a separate section for each municipality or?
Yes, it's my understanding there are different sections we only have access to our sections. There are layers that may not be open to the public. It would be only access for staff. But it is all possible. Other municipalities have done it. And I've seen it done in numerous areas for short-term accommodations, things like that.
Yeah, this is awesome. I see a lot of possibilities with this, so thank you.
Thank you. And just touching on that subject, I know we've chatted briefly, Ms. Anderson, about it as well, but having that infrastructure noted, like, again, high-speed areas, we can capture that information. So if there's fiber optics and things like that. So again, that underground infrastructure, which we can rely on from our staff level as well, so that we know what's on a road when we're going to do a project. So there's certainly lots of opportunities there. I've got Councillor Meadows and then Councillor Gorzos.
Yeah, thank you, Deb. I've been in your office a few times where we've been chatting on this, and I know it's been a frustrating project, but you've got it done, and I commend you and your staff as well for a job well done. I just have one question for you with regards to this. I know what this tool can do, and I'm 100% behind it. I just was wondering when this will be accessible to not only council, but to the public.
Well, council, the strong mayor's budget approved the staff bringing in a GIS student to help us finish this initial review. Once that initial review is done, it goes back to the county. I guess they double check everything. And then we may be in the situation there to launch it. The digital library might not be done at that point. That's the next step. But having a general overview where someone can see an exception or something, which is easy to pull the information once you come to the township website, it's the beginning. So if we can get this GIS student in sooner than later and we can get things updated moving along, we're hoping for the end of 2026 at least, if not earlier.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Job well done.
Councillor Borzos.
Thank you. Through the chair to Ms. Anderson. It's a great tool. It's a powerhouse of data. And because of that, I'm just concerned about vulnerability and protection of the data in it. So do we do what we need to do to protect all this and firewalls and whatever is it out there that can protect this?
They have IT, through you, your worship, Councillor Bozo, our IT is very well monitored. There are firewalls in place. I speak to them regarding this project. So before anything would be opened up, everything would be in place, the checks and balances, firewalls, everything. I would get stopped straight away if we weren't allowed to do anything. So yes.
And supplement to that, just in the unforeseen or unexpected situation, if we were to get hacked on this particular thing, once we transition to this full GIS software, we wouldn't be hindered in our ability to do our work because there is no access to it, right? If I'm assuming a scenario if it's hacked.
There is no personal information
Okay.
that is on this that could be leaked. It doesn't provide names, owners, phone numbers. It doesn't provide any of that. All of the information is stored in our zoning bylaw as updates, amendments, things like that. So that information is already available. It's available on through the township websites currently.
Thank you.
So, you're welcome.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, just to continue on with the security aspect of it, would it not make more sense, instead of having every residence being able to get into the program, would it not be more efficient and more secure if they had to call into the office, and the people in the office, they answer all the questions and forward the information onto them? I think that would be more efficient and less possibility of somebody getting into the program and causing a fissure or whatever. And also, I think this program would be great for public works, great for the fire department, because we could put, like, each hydrant, we'd know this hydrant's putting out 650 gallons, this one's putting out 1,000 gallons. We could decipher stuff like that. And if John had to send somebody to repair a culvert or do something, all you have to do is go on this and say, oh, here, we've got a 12-inch main here, or we've got a 30-inch culvert, or it would sure save a lot of time and make things more efficient.
Through you, your worship, Councillor O'Leary, the information regarding the municipal infrastructure wouldn't be open to the public. We wouldn't have that public facing. Okay. The zoning information currently is now. It is available to the public. The county is kind of like the purveyor of it. They're in control of it. So it's my understanding they have measures in place with their firewalls or whatever it may be. I don't know that stuff. The information that we would provide with regards to the zoning, again, is currently available on our website now. It's just a matter of streamlining the process. So it's one click and it takes you, it saves misinformation. This is giving factual information. But again, it's nothing that isn't already available to the public. We're just putting it in one place.
Any further questions? All right, so there's a recommendation that the presentation from Debbie Anderson, Director of Planning, Building and Bylaw, CBO, regarding geographic information system mapping project update be received. Mover, please. Councillor Meadows, seconded by Councillor Borzos. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so we're on to item 9, which is deputations, and there are none this evening. And then item 10 are public meetings, and we have none of those either. And then we're on item 11, which is public comment. Members of the public may request their comments to be read by the clerk or present their comments orally. Only public comments related to an item on the agenda listed as staff reports, correspondence, or bylaws will be read. Members of the public wishing to submit public comments can do so in writing to our clerk no later than 12 noon on the day of the meeting. And is there anyone in attendance who would like to provide comments? And if so, please raise your hand, and once called upon, please proceed to the podium. And seeing none. Madam Clerk, are there any comments that we received in writing?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we received one written comment in regards to the application for 1980 County Road 50. This comment was received from Jane Mitchinson and Lawrence Mullins. The comment is as follows. We do not support this rezoning. The property owners are inaccurately indicating that this is a home industry, but they and their employees do not live there, despite claiming to council that they do. Please see my comments below. The basis for this application is that the owner and the 2 staff reside on the property to constitute the home industry. However, this is not accurate. They do not live there. The traffic impact report states the business employs 4 individuals, all of whom reside on the property, further reducing external traffic impacts. Also, one of the components of the evaluation states that the auxiliary building is smaller than the principal residence, which is not accurate. The report says the use consists of the maintenance and storage of trucks directly associated with the resident's business. The principal dwelling retains a greater gross floor area than the accessory structure, thereby maintaining the subordinate nature of the home industry as required under section 2.61. House is 1,352 square meters and the building is 1,920 square meters. That is the end of the comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're on to item 12, which is upcoming events and announcements. And are there any upcoming events or announcements from anyone at council? Okay, I do have one this evening, and I just wanted to remind everyone, the notice went out, I believe, on Monday with regards to the official plan open house and statutory public meeting. So there will be a open house for the official plan on Wednesday, February 11th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. here at the township office. Again, that is for the new iteration of the official plan, which was released on Monday. And then in addition, the following Wednesday, which is February 18th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m., a public meeting will be held in the council chambers for the draft official plan. This is a statutory public meeting for the official plan. And we encourage anyone interested to visit the website, our township website, to view the plan and to provide any written comments through that process, or attend the public meeting and make oral comments. And then I'll turn it over to the CIO for an administrative update, and I believe we might have a bit of a show and tell this evening.
Thank you, Your Worship. What I'm going to do is give the fire department a hard time and actually turn it over to our Director of Public Works first to just give us some background on some things that have been happening over the winter season.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, it's an update on just the roads in general in the wintertime. We're getting some concerns coming in about the quality of service and stuff. The biggest thing this year, it's the timing of the snow coming in, the storms. If it happens overnight, we go out at 4 o'clock in the morning, they're all cleaned off. When you head to work at 7 o'clock, the roads are all bare and clean. When it comes in at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, we have to wait till the amount of snow builds up to approximately 8 centimeters before we actually send the plows out. So you've got an hour or two when they're commuting to work or whatever, that the roads aren't as clean as they're normally. And it's just, we've got to wait till there's enough snow on the road to do something. Again, freezing rainstorms, if there's some snow on the road, we tend to leave that on the road. So the freezing rain adheres to the snow itself, not to the smooth surface of the road. When the freezing rain storm is over, 2 things, people can still drive on it because you've got some traction and you're not driving on a glass bottle. And the second thing is at the end of the storm, we go out and plow the snow off and the ice is gone. We don't have to de-ice the roads after the fact then. So over the years, it's worked well for most municipalities.
Through your worship, if I may, just adding a little bit to that, we do have council approved minimum maintenance standards that have been widely used in different municipalities, different minimum maintenance standards. They have stood up the test of time through the legal system. And again, that's what we base our level of service on. It's highly sought out, highly defended, and highly technical type of process that the public works around the province uses. Also like to turn back to the director now and talk about some things that we're actually doing with regard to kind of learning about things that we have and the assets that we have around the municipality with regard to stormwater ponds, if I may.
Yeah, through the chair, there's incidences that happen, not so much in this municipality, but other municipalities with people out on the stormwater ponds in the wintertime, thin ice falling through, because it's a living body, it's moving. When there's a rainstorm, a mild weather, the water from the streets go into the stormwater pond, it'll raise, then it'll lower back down. So there's air cavities underneath the ice and stuff. So it's very dangerous to be out on the ice. So we have some signs posted. We're going to post a lot more signs and advising of the danger out there on the stormwater.
Thank you very much. Now it's the time to shine for our fire services department. We're actually going to turn it over to the chief to talk about actually just a few things. We have our annual fire emergency exercise. We have a grant that's coming up later in the agenda, and the deputy is here to show off some new fire equipment. So if I may, I'll turn it over to them.
Right, through the chair. On November 25th, we successfully conducted a comprehensive emergency management tabletop exercise designed to strengthen the multi-agency coordination during a simulated large-scale explosion incident. The exercise included activation of the Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, and tested communication and decision-making processes across multiple response partners. This scenario was facilitated by Simcoe County Emergency Management Department and involved 39 participants representing the following organizations: Mutual Aid Fire Departments, New Tech and Rosemont, the OPP, County of Simcoe Paramedic Services and EMS Incident Response Unit, Peel Regional Police Emergency Management and Mass Casualty Response, Simcoe County District School Board personnel, Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit, the Deputy Coroner of Ontario and Dr. Laura, a clinical psychologist, and as well as our municipal staff and departmental representatives. The 4-hour session generated robust and constructive discussion as each department reviewed internal emergency protocols and communication processes, and this engagement highlighted both strengths in collaboration and opportunities for improvement. The key takeaways: the after-action report will guide our 2026 training and preparedness planning, and the feedback emphasized the value of modular training, recommending that large-scale exercise be broken into smaller scenario-specific sessions for more targeted learning. And most importantly, we remain fully compliant with Emergency Management Ontario requirements for the annual training and exercise. We would also like to acknowledge the New Tech Tottenham Library, whose state-of-the-art 3D printing capabilities helped create a detailed model that greatly enhanced the realism and effectiveness of the simulation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Just before you move on to the next item, just wanted to acknowledge my thanks as well. And I did hear quite good reviews after that. So I wanted to pass my thanks on to all the participating bodies and persons in that simulation, because we don't know when the next emergency is going to happen, but we've learned from experience over the years, and not necessarily ourselves, but certainly across the province, that it's best to be prepared for whatever situation might arise. And that training is essential for that service to happen. So again, thank you for that. And I do appreciate the county. We see it all the time at the county council for for the emergency services to prepare these simulations for us as member municipalities.
Thank you. And just before I pass it over to Adam, we were successfully obtained the 2025 Fire Protection Grant, which is designed to support cancer prevention initiatives, and we'll be discussing it coming up. The department was awarded $36,000 to purchase a second set of flash hoods and helmet liners, the soft kits, for each firefighter, as well as an air suit cabinet dryer for each to dry bunker gear and equipment for each station. And this grant application was prioritized to enhance cancer prevention measures within the department, following the recommendations outlined in the Fire Master Plan. And I'll just pass it over to Adam.
Mayor and Council, through the chair, I'm here to discuss and showcase some of the new equipment that we've come in contact with. We were very fortunate to negotiate and reach out to some connections, and we're going to show you some of the stuff right here. I'll start with all of it. So currently, we work under the Simcoe County QCP program, which is the Quality Care Program. Dr. Feldman oversees that program. And through that program, we administer delegated medical acts such as oxygen and epinephrine administration. Currently, and up till this point, we've been using drugstore kind of assessment tools to this point, which aren't medical grade and aren't endorsed by Minister of Health. So I'll show you what we're moving towards. I'm not quite, can I just talk out loud like this? You can hear me okay? All right, so we've acquired 4 of these units. So this is a Massimo unit, it's called a RAD 97, and it does pulsimetry and a non-invasive blood pressure as well. It maps and trends current vital signs. It has the capability, all the devices we purchased, I'll show you one more, all have the capability to be upgraded to read carboxyhemoglobin. So carbon monoxide poisoning. So this detector is patented to have the ability to read multi-gases that attach to your red blood cells. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole too much, but currently the equipment we have can read false positives, such as carboxyhemoglobin attached to a red blood cell, which is like 250 times more of the affinity than oxygen. With this, before we only had 1 cuff size, we're moving to 4 cuff size now to do small adults, children, and we actually have a neonate coming as well. The device can be tailored and changed to neonate and pediatric settings as well for non-invasive blood pressure units. It can be downloaded, all the information. It can be Bluetooth as well. I'll show you the other device. So this is a standalone SpO2 reader right now. Like I said, we're using one from like Shoppers Drug Mart. So this one also is upgradable to carboxyhemoglobin as well. So they have a technology called Rainbow technology, and what it does is the LED in here can read different gases attached to your blood, right? So we are probably, I think we were onboarded, the department was onboarded last night. And the rep from Massimo, which is a nurse that came forward, she said, we're, I think, the 2nd or 3rd department in the province to acquire this material, right? So we're really leading the edge right now. We were making decisions on treatment, not based on the best equipment provided. So the feedback from the staff last night was they were really excited and really happy to have the right tools to do the right job. Anyone want to get hooked up? I can if you want. We can do it after too. We're on a clinic.
I'd love to know what my blood pressure is right now.
I'll leave you hooked up the whole meeting here, okay? Something else as well, and it was evident, we had a dog rescue in the water the other day. Some of the equipment that we have is, we're increasing our equipment, okay? So we're moving to these PFDs. These are PFDs designed for the fire service. They have 22 pounds of buoyancy. which actually affords 2 people flotation. Definitely a firefighter in bunker gear falls in water. This is going to support them and their needs. Currently, the PFDs we have do not meet that standard and are not the right tool for the job. We're also going to finish off our complement of medical bags. So this bag was actually used today, not this specific one. We have 2 more of these, but you'll notice it has the handy backpack straps as well. The firefighters today had to trek in about 700 meters down a trail. Came in very handy today. It's non-permeable as well, so it means that the bag gets, if anything comes in contact with the bag, you can wipe it down. The bottom is removable and can be laundered. And inside are 2 compartments, and the compartments are actually Velcro, so there's multiple packs in there. So you have your trauma pack, it's all separated. So if I say I need some hemostatic dressing, you pull the pack out and give it to me, and people can work on other things, right? It's the right tool for the right job. And we're also, again, something we noticed that we're short on is our throw bags. So we're moving to some new throw bags. Rope has a life expectancy. There are standards based on rope and NFPA and CSA. So we are trying to adhere to all the best standards. And the feedback from our staff is they're very happy and they're really grateful for you and council for supporting this, and it's fantastic. Thank you. Our shop's open if anyone wants to get lit up. And what's really neat about this too is it turns so it can go in any position. You can drop and drag. It's all touch screen as well. And yeah, it's cutting edge. It's pretty amazing stuff. Sorry. Back to you.
Chris?
Through the chair, I do want to point out that all of this equipment, the deals that were struck, the communication that was had, the relationships throughout the years that the deputy has made with the equipment providers has got us such great deals. And I just did want to point that out. It was, again, obviously always a team effort, but it was a great individual effort by our deputy chief to work his magic and get some very good deals on some very good pieces of equipment.
Thank you. And before I open it up to any quick questions, just on that topic, because we're not going to go through it all, but just wanted to acknowledge again to the fire department, because Adam, you certainly, you enjoy your toys. So it's great to see that we can add more equipment to the fire department, and I guess we have no filter here. But no, I just wanted to say, and I've said this multiple times, our fire department is second to none. We have great staff here that and the calls that you get, you never know what you're going to roll up on. And the medical calls for sure. We've seen a bit of a decrease with the new call out system, probably with the county and things like that. But we're normally on scene, or one of the first ones on scene to a medical, and having this equipment at the very least to be able to assess someone who's not doing very well, and passing along that information to dispatch and to the paramedics when they get on scene. So you're not having to do it all over again. So I do want to commend the fire department, I commend yourselves for getting this equipment, and to be able to do that within both stations, to have that equipment available to our staff to do this. And I must say, because I do, with the call on Monday with regards to the dog, and it's, again, we don't enter the water, but to have a vest on somebody who might fall into the water and not creating another hassle for our department to have to rescue one of their own. So I do appreciate the need that we do upgrade the equipment so that when we are on scene, we are as safe as possible. So thank you. Councilor Meadows?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank you and your staff as well. You guys do a great job. Just with those units, is there like a yearly maintenance that has to be done on those to tune them up, or to like I know we had to do that for a lot of the CO2 detectors and gas detectors and stuff like that. Is there a similar thing that has to be done to those, or no?
Through the chair, yes, in speaking with Massimo rep last night, she's going to reach out to Alliston Stephen Memorial Hospital and see if we can exchange one unit at a time to get them just calibrated to make sure our readings are accurate and within reason. Okay. The other thing I forgot to show too are some of the options that these devices allow. So this is an option. It plugs into this cable. So if a person is hypothermic or very badly burned and you can't get a pulse oximeter on their fingers, this actually goes on their forehead, plugs into this unit, and I can get the same readings through that as well. And this device is made for like little tiny neonates where their fingers are too small to go in the little finger clip. This is a little sticker that goes on their forehead again, and you can get the readings. This is very advanced medical equipment. This isn't the Shoppers Drug Mart special.
And supplemental, do we have to get special training on all this new equipment? Is there like I mean, I'm sure the reps sell the equipment, but do they sell a program to assist our firefighters with this new technology?
Through the chair, yes. Last night, Becky Mueller, who's their Massimo field rep, who is a healthcare provider, came in, spent about an hour and a half almost here last night with everyone, and it was a PowerPoint and then a hands-on, and firefighters touching things. All you could hear were beeps the whole night in there, but everyone felt very comfortable about the unit. I think everyone picked up information to enhance everyone's level to a different spot. So
yeah, I think this is fabulous. I mean, it's really good stuff. And I just have one more supplemental, and it's to John when he was talking about the snow removal. I've been getting a lot of complaints out of, as you know, out of Everett with regards to our sidewalk, and it's ongoing. Like I've had probably 7 calls on my personal phone with regards to this. People slipping on the sidewalks, big chunks of ice on the sidewalks, chunks of sod on the sidewalks. I've 3 terms of council. I've never heard any problems whatsoever coming out of Everett, and now I'm hearing all this. Can you tell me what's going on? Because I'm fielding calls all the time.
Through the chair, the biggest problem is it's a new contractor. Keith, the previous guy, he'd done it for 20 years, and it was like his own backyard. He knew where every little lump and was. A different size machine too, to do it. This year, if we can get through this one, next year we'll be handling the sidewalks in-house. So hopefully that problem will dissolve. If you can give me the actual locations of these things, then I can bring it to the contractor's idea to say, okay, what's going on? If you rip up some sod, put a door knocker out saying, sorry, we ripped up your sod. They'll be back in the spring to fix it type thing. So if you can give me when you get those calls, give me the locations and we can pinpoint them on the map for the contractor.
Okay, I just wanted to bring it to your attention because I'm just getting it second and third hand from people too, some people are sending me emails, but they're not giving me their address. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of difficult for me to tell you exactly where it is on that area. Yeah. They've told me that they've contacted the works department and they're not getting any satisfaction. So I just like to know what's going on. That's all.
Regards to contacting us, anytime we get a call, the supervisors may going out knocking on doors and trying to rectify the problem with the landowner. A couple of them was minor, a couple of them were a little bit more serious. Part of the problem is the width of the machine is a little wider than the old one. So it's pulling the snow back in when it's coming down. Plus, the guy doesn't have a snow blower. He's using a blade instead. So it pushes out and then it'll fall back in behind him. So that's part of the reason with the blocks of snow coming in. Again, if he's more comfortable with it, he may be going a little bit faster to throw it a bit farther, but it's a happy medium of where he feels comfortable in what he's doing.
Well, hopefully when we look into equipment, we look at the blower rather than the snow plow itself then.
Yes, I've got quite a list ready for it.
Okay, just general questions on items. So, Deputy Murlocs.
Thank you, through the mayor. I visited Adam last week and he had a whole bunch of other toys. So are we bringing those out like next month's meeting, or are you just keeping them under your under your coat there somewhere?
You guys we made very smart purchases and we used our funding very smartly. And as much as I joke around that this is really great stuff, these are needs, not wants. and they enhance our service. And yes, I do have more toys that I can roll out. I was going to do it over the year. Do you want to want me to bring them all up for you?
Oh, no, that's fine. I was just wondering where the rest of the stuff was. And
I
I'm
couldn't carry it
sure
all upstairs.
We
so-
we have business to take care of tonight, but thank you. Because there's a whole bunch of other wild stuff that he's got. Anyways, thank you for the presentation.
Councillor Simpson, quick question.
Yeah, through the chair. Just wanted to echo Councillor Meadows' comment. I too got a lot of calls over the last month or so with regard to snow and plowing. There was also a concern, and perhaps staff should be aware of this, that even after a snow event, there were certain days where there was excess snow on the roads, and perhaps that's something that maybe we can look at, the amount of salt content that might be in the sand that we drop.
Through the chair, some of the problems too is the timing of the storm and the type of storms we're getting. So there gets to be a nice buildup on the road, and it just takes time to get off. The township's recommendation is center bare. So that's 2.5, 3 feet of bare pavement down the middle of the road. Snow covered to the outside edge. We don't strive to get the whole road clear right after the storm. Same thing as some of the lower class roads, it's track bare. So you've got the 3 tracks across the road and snow in between. And then when it comes to the gravel roads, it's snowpack. As long as the depth of snow is less than 8 centimeters, our roads are in compliance with minimum maintenance standards. And that's what we strive for. If they want bare pavement, the price is going to go skyrocketing up. Again, right now, the price of salt, we're locked in for the year, but I've heard it's doubled from the mines. So we're good this year. We know what we're paying for and we literally ordered salt first of the week, and we had 4 loads delivered in each yard today. So we're in good shape that way.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're moving on to item 13, which is the consent agenda. Are there any items of the consent agenda that council would like to pull? All right, seeing none. The recommendation is that the consent agenda recommendations for items 13.1 to 13.5 be adopted as presented. And do I have a mover for that? Councillor Cox, seconder, please. Councillor O'Leary, and all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so we're on to item 14, which is staff reports. The first one is 14.1, staff report PLA 2026-001. It's with regards to 1980 County Road 50, and that's the decision report with regards to the zoning bylaw amendment. And I'll turn that over to Mr. Merrick.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this bylaw amendment is to rezone a portion of the property located at 1980 County Road 50, legally described as Adjala Concession 5, north part of Lot 8, from Oak Ridges Marine Conservation to Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Exception 38, to permit a home industry involving truck storage and maintenance within an existing 188 square meter or 2,025 square foot detached accessory building, a garage. This application is to permit the continued operation of a small-scale trucking use on the property, which is not currently permitted under the existing Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan zoning bylaw number 0356. So this bylaw amendment does not expand the existing use, and no new buildings, structures, additions, or site alteration is proposed. The home industry does not involve the use of the dwelling. The home industry will be limited to the existing garage. The home industry is not open to the public. Employees will be limited to a maximum of 4 people. Parking for a maximum of 4 trucks and 6 trailers is permitted in a defined and screened area of the property. Outdoor storage is not permitted. The use will also be subject to site plan control following the zoning bylaw amendment and a change of use approval through the township's building department. The recommendation within Planning Report 2026-001 is to approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment.
Thank you. Appreciate that update. And again, this was from the last public meeting, and I just wanted to provide my thanks to staff for ensuring that we do look at this as a site plan control, because I think it does give further protections to the municipality to make sure that that site stays in compliance and that no new growth on the home-based business happens. So any further questions to Mr. Merrick's report? And Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair. I understand that this structure was built in 2000. At the time that the structure was built, did they ask that this would be built to support their business?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Simpson, I think at the time that the application was made for the detached garage, it was for more of a storage garage, not specifically intended for the current trucking business.
As I understand it, it was for the storage of boats. And we have information here in our report that they've been in operation since 1999. So they started operation on their trucking business a year prior to building the structure. Additionally, would a structure of that sort be permitted within the Oak Ridges Moraine, within the natural core where it is located presently at this time, if an application for a structure were to come forward?
Through your worship, to Councillor Simpson, a detached accessory building typically would be in the rear of the yard or the side yard. This particular building is slightly in the front yard to the existing dwelling. So that's the reason why, in part, that there was a variance required for the approval of the building back in 2000 because of its size as proposed and because of its location.
But would it be permitted within the natural core of the Oak Ridges Moraine? Would a structure of this size be permitted within the natural core of the Oak Ridges Moraine at this time?
Through your worship, to Councillor Simpson, a detached structure would be permitted. I would look to defer to our planner Kartik, just with respect to maximum size of a detached structure. I don't have that information at my fingertips, but maybe Kartik can speak to what size building would be permitted.
Mr. Sally, if you have that information.
Through your lordship, thank you, Greg. As per this lot size, maximum of 1,500 square feet structure is permitted. And right now the structure is in Oak Ridges Moraine linkage designation and Oak Ridges Moraine conservation zoning, not in the natural core part.
Half that structure is in the natural core.
Partial of the structure, less than half, maybe 1/3. Most of it is in the linkage designation. The zoning is Oak Ridges Moraine natural conservation. The zoning is not natural core.
So if you look at page 2, so page 82 of the full thing, you'll notice that there is a map or a site plan, I guess, that shows that the structure is within the natural core. The home is in the natural linkage area. So the structure is entirely within the natural core.
Through your lordship, that's the official plan designation. That's not the zoning. Zoning is at conservation. That's what the exception is applied for. The partial designation is natural core and partial is linkage. And this map is applicant's map and it totally doesn't overlap with our designations. It's less than half. The boundary is like a tentative. It's not the exact boundary.
So I'll get to the point, I guess. I'm really concerned because at this time, we are trying to proceed with enforcement throughout the Oak Ridges Moraine, within the natural core, within the linkages areas, on several matters similar to this. Here we have an applicant who came forward asking for a structure to store their boats. Meanwhile, they had an entire business going on, and that was their intent from the very beginning, because in this report, we're seeing that in 1999, they started the trucking business. So they started the trucking business in 1999, built the structure sometime in 2001, 2000, something like that. And now it's a full structure being utilized for a business. So I'm concerned that in other areas of the Oak Ridges Moraine where we are trying to enforce the rules, here we're giving a pass to somebody else, you know, for what, they've been operating illegally for 26 years. So I am concerned about that. I think in the, you know, if it was one truck or two truck, I think that's permitted as of right. In this case, we're looking to basically, you know, allow this illegal activity to continue. And I'm not satisfied. I think the concern was raised too that, you know, as much as the reports say, and we accept the reports at face value, that these people reside at this residence, there's questions about whether that is even the case. So I am concerned about that, and I don't know that I can support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to address any of that comment?
No, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Leary? What?
Through the chair, this particular residence came through the Committee of Adjustment, and there were sufficiently more trucks involved in the business, and one of their concessions was to reduce it to 4 trucks. So they reduced their trucking size, and they said that they were going to control things so that they wouldn't interfere with their neighbors. Anyways, that was my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I personally can't support this either. First of all, it's in the Oak Ridges Moraine Core area, according to all the documentation that I've read. It's been operating illegally since 2002 or 1999, but I had to look at the mapping from 1999 up to the current date. I didn't see any trucking going on in 1999. 2002, quite possible. But I've noticed that the driveway, a lot of the trees have been cut out periodically to expand for more trailers in the yard. So I have an issue with that. Because let's say we change the designation now over to a commercial in the Oak Ridges Moraine. Number one, we're setting a precedence. Number two, we have legal cases that are pending right now with regards to trucking companies in the Oak Ridges Moraine. How is that going to affect those legal cases going forward? We're supposed to be backing our staff, our bylaw staff with certain issues. And how can we do that when we're giving, I don't know, I mixed signals to them what is right and what's wrong within the Oak Ridges Moraine. We're supposed to be protecting the Oak Ridges Moraine. Because somebody's broken the law, we're giving them, oh, it's okay. Well, we've got to punish some of these people that are doing wrong in the Oak Ridges Moraine. So I can't sit here and say, oh yeah, everything's okay, and he's been there for 25 years, so let's go ahead and change everything. So that's the way I feel about it.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments on the item? All right, seeing none, there is a recommendation that the planning report 2026-001 dated January 2026 regarding 1980 County Road 50 decision report zoning bylaw amendment be received, and that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone a portion of the subject lands legally described as Adjala Concession 5 North Part Lot 8 from Oak Ridges Marine Conservation to Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Exception Zone, and consider the necessary bylaw. A mover, please. Deputy Mayor Laux, a seconder, please. Councillor Cox. Okay. Any further questions or comments with regards to this matter? All right, Madam Clerk, I've had a request for recorded vote from Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Starting with Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
Against?
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against?
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 4 in favor, 3 against.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-3. All right, so we're on to item 14.2. And gentlemen, you're free to go if you wish to. All right, so we're on 14.2, which is staff report IND 2025-022 with regards to the development-related expansion analysis. So I know there's been several hands in the pie on this one, so I'll go to Mr. Johnstone's first, and if Mr. Kalamutu would like to provide any further comment.
Through the chair, I'll actually defer to CAO Kalamutu on this item.
Okay. CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to note that as I went through with maybe a fine-tooth comb, I had to jump to some other documentation that was noted in this document, and then another one. And I feel that there is a piece missing, so I would maybe note that I don't think this is quite a fulsome report. There is a very, very small piece. I believe that it's about 99% done, but I do believe that there is one small change that would create a better document for the future of the township. So that I would just to note that if it were to be passed back to staff, we could come to the next council meeting with that addition that would then speak to a particular piece of road that I believe should be within the analysis. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And to that end, we have deferred this item twice, but we have not referred it back to staff for additional comments. So that's what Mr. Kalamutu was asking for, that staff have the opportunity to look at the report and make suggestions on the necessary changes and then bring it back to council. So he's asking us to refer this back to staff for further consideration. So I haven't got a motion on the floor as of yet, so I will entertain some questions if there are any towards both the referral or the report itself. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I just have a question with regards to this. Like you said, this has come before council before, and I believe council gave the recommendation that it does come back to staff or come back to council with more information. And when I saw this come back again, there's nothing changed in the report. So I'm just kind of curious on what's going to be coming back to council.
So Councillor Meadows, we've only deferred the report. We've never actually referred it back to staff for their comments. So that is what the CIO was asking for. So if you'd like staff to comment on it, we can certainly do that.
Well, I'd like staff to at least comment on it.
Not this evening. They'd report back with the final report.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, there's nothing changed in this report, and he says it's 99.9% done.
Correct.
So we're only getting a 0.9% change in the original report that's coming back, or 0.1%. It must be a real important point that's coming back. I mean, I'm sorry, but this whole report, when it was presented to council, didn't make any sense. It was like, I don't even know why we deferred it back to staff or deferred this at all, because the report's not going to change. It's going to have the same dollar values. It's going to have the same amounts. It's going to have the same everything. As far as I'm concerned, it's dead in the water. I mean, you're talking about extending the 6th line of Tosorontio 15th Side Road. In 2018, it cost $1,500,000, and today's cost is $1,500,000. So it hasn't changed since 2018, since before 2018. So I know that figure's off. Auxiliary right turning lane on Highway 9 and the 8th, that's going to be more than $200,000 on a Queens Highway.
Kings Highway.
Or Kings Highway, sorry, right, sorry. Same as 89 and the 6, it's going to be more than 200,000. Stop sign flashing beacons on the 5th and 8th line, 15,000. Well, maybe we need stoplights. Maybe we need, rather than flashing lights. I mean, how many flashing lights are you going to put up? Like, this whole report doesn't make any sense, never has done when it was brought back to council. So I think we should just cancel this report altogether and start afresh. That's my feeling on it.
Okay. No, I appreciate those comments. It has been deferred twice, and the reason it was deferred in the first place was to hear the presentation from DCs. We've got that. But we haven't given staff the opportunity to amend or to suggest a revision, which is what I understand from staff they would like to do. And the consultant is willing to do that. So if we refer it back to staff, then we would give the authority to staff to make that change, come back in February. And if we wish to consider adoption at that time, then we can do that then. But that is a suggestion. Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair. I'm very disappointed with this, Drea, as well. And, just for Councillor Meadows, I think in the past, when we did defer it, we were deferring it so that we would have the opportunity to speak to the consultant, Hemson, at their meeting, so that we could have that opportunity to speak to them, and then it would come back after that. So this is that opportunity that it comes back. And at this time, I suspect, based on conversations with Hemson, that there may be certain things that they can add in, and perhaps certain additions that may have been overlooked that perhaps have been identified at this time. Regardless of that, I think, I'm disappointed with how this process went. I have on council during budget sessions brought forward the transportation master plan on several instances. You all know that. 2023 budget, 2024 budget, 2025 budget. In the October 22, 2024, when we were talking about the budget for 2025, council wanted, after exhaustive conversations, agreed to move forward with a master plan for transportation. Somehow that, got sidetracked into something else. This report, which we're all disappointed by, I expect. Be that as it may, we are where we are, and we need to move forward. At this time, I want to understand, how much has this report cost the municipality?
So if I'm not mistaken, it was communicated on the first meeting of the discussion that we were at budget for this item.
So the question is, how much was that?
James, do you remember what the budget item was?
Through the chair, to the best of my knowledge, recollection, it's 35,000 was the cost for this.
So we've spent 35,000 for this report, which identifies certain things, and in my opinion, has huge holes. They identify that, we need shoulders, for example, on a number of roads. They don't allocate any monies for it. The numbers that are allocated perhaps are not sufficient. And, they're identifying these items on provincial highways, and those are not necessarily within our jurisdiction. So and on county roads. And, you know, these are concerns we need to identify. And I think if we send it back to staff and perhaps staff can address those deficiencies, I'd like to see a more comprehensive number come back to council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cox.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor to refer back to staff.
Okay. So it's moved by Councillor Cox. I've already got it seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. That IND, well, I'll just say that the development-related expense analysis be referred back to staff. Any further questions on the referral? All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so we're on to item 14.3, which is staff report IND 2026-02, the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund Transfer Payment Agreement. Sure. Mr. Johnstone, if you'd like to provide initial comment on this.
Through the chair, staff are extremely pleased to bring forward this staff report and the transfer payment agreement. This represents, this is game changing for the township. This is our agreement with the province for $35 million on a cost share basis to put in infrastructure that will improve wastewater in Everett and drinking water service in Everett. And this will ultimately help build homes and improve our community. So this is a game changing opportunity, and I welcome questions that council has on this agreement.
Point of clarification, are we on 14.2 or 14.3? Oh, okay.
We're on 3.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Johnstone. Any questions through to staff with regards to this transfer payment agreement for the province? Okay, seeing none, the recommendation is that staff report IND 2026-02 dated January 14, 2026 regarding Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund transfer payment agreement be received, and that council consider the necessary bylaw authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute the transfer payment agreement attached as Schedule A. Hoover, please. It's moved by Councillor Cox, and I'll second that one. And any further questions or comments? Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, with regards to this particular item, this project itself, I'm kind of concerned with the like 27 cents on the dollar that was mentioned in the report. So where are we going to get the $23 million for this particular project? Where's the municipality going to get this $23 million?
Okay, I'll put that over to Mr. Kalamutu for comment.
Through your worship, as noted within the report, this does provide a number of particular assets for the future. For that future, some of that is to build the home. So with regard to the additional funding that is required, we have been working with our development partners, number one, to try to make as efficient project as possible. But we're also in discussion with them with regard to the additional funding that is needed to complete this. So they have, we're working with them. They have stepped forward and offered that, and those are some things that we are working on with them with regard to covering that. So right now there is no expectations out there with regard to taxpayer funding, additional taxpayer funding to this. It is something that we are discussing with our partners.
Supplemental.
Sir.
Well, I know I've been through several developments within this corporation, and I'll be honest with you, not one of them has worked out the way that we anticipated. This is a big concern for me because Yeah, we're getting $35 million, but the taxpayers are on the hook for $22,367,539 in municipal costs. Now, they scoped out the project at $57,367,533. Okay, that's how much they project this particular project is going to cost. Now we're talking a 20-year build out. So this costing is done today. So by the time this build out finishes, that estimated cost is going to be way higher. Way higher. And one thing, if you look at the
Point of clarification before we go down the rabbit hole list, it's not. This is to build a wastewater treatment plant and to decommission the New Horizons within the time frame of the grant application.
I totally agree.
It's not we're not looking at funding this project over 20 years. We're funding this project over the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, well, that's even worse. If we're funding this over the next 2 to 3 years, we got to come up with that extra money according to the provincial government. Any overages in, as I read the contracts, excuse me, Ron, I got the floor right at the moment. 27 cents. That's right. We have to provide 30, yeah. Well, on a 57 million, okay. The project itself was estimated at 57,367,533. The Ontario government has given us $35 million for that project. We have to, what's that? No, 35, no, it's 22,367,539 to equal that 57,000. We have to come up with a difference. Okay, so we're building all this infrastructure basically for the development community, as far as I'm concerned. Development is supposed to pay for development. And my concern is that our taxpayers are going to be on the hook for this particular project. Yeah, we're going to have a wastewater treatment plant. We have no contract with Farsight at the moment. We have not stabilized an outflow location as of yet for that project. All we seem to be doing as a township for the development community is giving concessions to the developer to build this development. I have not seen anything that's going to compensate this township for these developments. Nothing. I have not had a meeting with the developer stating that he's going to put this in or do this or do that. So I have a real big issue. And Bob, when he came here, Bob Chickadance said this is going to be a 15 to 20 year build out. It's not going to be a 5-year build out like Tribute. So the mayor's shaking his head, but that's what he said to me. It's going to be 15 to 20. Am I correct?
Again, if I might clarify, he's talking about his development.
That's
We're
correct.
talking about one project within his development, which is a wastewater treatment plant, which could be anywhere from $47 to $57 million in the build.
Mm-hmm.
And that is to be funded from the provincial government grant
Mm-hmm.
in the next 3 years. So that plant has to be built and done in 3 years using the $35 million from the province, with the developer putting their share into the pie, which is the remaining dollars to build the wastewater treatment plant to allow for the developer to build homes in the community that have been draft plan approved.
But we're still in a shortfall of 22,367,539.
Which
if nobody sees a problem with this, then I don't know. This is the first time I've seen this. This is the first time this has been brought to our attention that we're going to have to pay $23 million. When we got that check from the government, was any of this ever brought up to us? Anything? No, it wasn't. Maybe to you, maybe to the deputy mayor. wasn't brought up to Adam, wasn't brought up to Anoop, wasn't brought up to me. Michaelos, was it brought up to you, the 23 million?
I wasn't invited to the
Yeah.
ceremonies.
Anyway, alls I'm saying is this is the first I'm hearing about it and I can't support it. So
How would I?
anyway,
Okay, thank you. So just, I have Councillor Borzos to speak next, but just to clarify again, the grant application was submitted to the province on the understanding that it was the funding share. So the grant application was submitted from the township, knowing that 27 cents of the dollar would be covered by the township share. And those discussions are ongoing with the development partners that are currently looking in Everett, including Mr. Stickadans, who does have draft plan approved developments within the community.
and nothing's
it's-
been
again,
ratified.
Again, it's a 3-year project for the wastewater treatment plant to remove the impediment, which is the New Horizons wastewater treatment plant, removing that impediment so that we're not in any further liability, having that plant hooked up to, or by force main, put over to the new plant, constructed, which then allows Mr. Stickadans to build homes on his first development, which is the R&M's development. Mr. Stickadans would have his timeline and his schedule as to how he would develop those homes. Whether that takes 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years, that would be his development schedule. And then the development would proceed, but all the infrastructure would be in the ground and all the wastewater components would be accounted for that specific development. And council has had a briefing with regards to a lot of this information. So I'm surprised that this is new because we have had these discussions. So Councillor Borzos?
Point of clarification. Can you tell me when we were informed about all this money? When did we have a discussion with regards to the $23 million? Can you tell me when we were, you just stated that we all were informed about it? Because I must have missed a meeting somewhere.
It's actually 15,309.
No, it's not.
27 cents on 57 million
You're right.
is,
You're right, but the papers say.
Yeah.
Okay, so regardless of the amount, because I think the question is, we've had discussions. Those discussions have been shared by the CAO as well through emails to council members. So we've had those discussions.
Wow.
The exact amount may have not been shared as and to the extent of 23 million, but everyone has been understood that this has been a cost sharing grant. The government does not give 100% grants to municipalities.
Well, I wasn't informed. I'm sorry, your worship. It was never discussed in any meetings that I've ever attended. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Borzos?
I'm done. Go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you. Yeah, I'm equally confused about the numbers, just as Councillor Meadows here. I see 57 million, I see 22 million, I see 27 cents on the dollar, which is, to Councillor O'Leary's point, is 50 million. So there's a discrepancy of about $7 million. So I'm not sure how these numbers all add up or don't. But I am concerned about the township's portion of this, because in this piece of paper and the agreement and everything that I see in front of me does say that $22.367 million is municipal cost of the project. It doesn't say who's going to pay or what's going to pay. As far as I can read, it does say that the municipality is on the hook for that amount of money. So until I actually see a piece of paper where it breaks it out in a proper sense and shows me how it is being allowed and who's going to pay for all these amounts and when, I don't know if this is something that I really would want to put my name on. That's just for the numbers. Number two, I mean, the essence of this agreement is the wastewater treatment plant. Yes, it would be great to build it, but I don't know if we have an agreement for the outfall location yet. I mean, do we have an agreement with the parties, signed agreement where we have a deed in our name to say that the outfall location has been given to the township so that we can actually proceed with this? Because until I see that, this whole thing is meaningless, because how can we even consider discussing building anything when we don't know where the affluent is going to go? Furthermore, there are sections in here in the schedules, or actually as it discusses it, what this money was applied for, and it talks about water. I think more specifically, the township applied, and some of the things we need to do out of this money is water supply. It says construct a new well in the park on the far side R&M lands to increase water supply. The last water study we had in Everett was in 2013 or something, where they said 500 homes is what the supplyability is available. I mean, if we're going to dig another hole into the same aquifer, what's the point? We're not going to get any more water out of it. We can dream about it, but it's going to be the same aquifer, and we're just going to deplete it faster. So I think, to me, there's a bunch of things here that I don't know if I can support. And that's just what I like to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the CIO for a moment. To try to provide some additional surety. I've kind of said everything that I think needs to be said, but if you could provide some clarity on the municipal funding portion of this agreement.
Through your worship, maybe I'll start off with the highest level. If the additional monies aren't found, this project doesn't go through, period. We all, as noted previously, we are in discussion with our development partners to utilize them at 100% to pay for any remainder of that 27% and beyond. The reason why, maybe just for clarity purposes, is that there was a maximum allowable with regard to the application. And that maximum allowable is less than the 57 million. And so therefore, that's why the percentages don't exactly add up, because it is the 27%, which gets us to the maximum allowable. And then there's a difference of the 57%. All of that has been in the discussion with our development partners to cover that. Again, if there is no funds that would come forward and these additional costs that would be non-provincial is not covered, again, then the entire project, it has the opportunity to fall through. And again, as noted, it is under that discussion that there would be no additional taxpayer dollars to cover that part. And that's the discussion that is being had. Again, I wouldn't want to have an open discussion with regard to some back and forth in an open session with regard to that. Again, that's why we have those meetings with our partners so that we can negotiate, not in an open forum, so that we can try to put forward the best possible for the taxpayers of this township. And so hopefully that gives some clarity what we have. Again, with regard to the outlet, there is an approved EA noting that there is an outlet to the Pine River. There are a couple options as noted within the EA. So it is an outlet to the Pine River. There does not need to be a specific area within that Pine River for that outlet. There are a couple of options which have previously been discussed. So that is available to them. And again, as noted before, when we're trying to find efficiencies with regard to this project, there is a second option that we're working on. And again, that discussion has occurred, and we're still waiting for, again, some of our developer partners to get back to us with respect to what we've put forward. So again, we're still technically in the negotiation process. We're near the end of the negotiation processes. And again, because of the timing of this agreement, when work should be started, end dates, et cetera, we're putting this forward to council, noting that back in the summer, there was the announcement of the almost $35 million. So there is an initial report that was submitted by staff just for additional information and some clarity, looking for things like insurance as an example that we had to provide. And then this is the actual agreement with the province to move forward with.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I cleared anything up or confused anything.
I think it's clear. Before I go to Councillor Cox, I just wanted to, I've had thorough discussions with the CAO on this subject matter, as council all can do as well. I've been looking at this as the way I've been looking at this development is a spoke and wheel model. So the wheel in the center is the development of Everett. And there's 6 spokes that go to that wheel. And each spoke is independent, but all leads to the same goal. So we've got a funding agreement, we've got the earthworks agreement, we have a developer partner, and all those go to that same wheel. And at that time, none of it has to work concurrently. None of it has to be subject to an outfall location or to a grant funding or to an agreement, but it all forms into this centerpiece, which is the development of Everett. And each piece will fall into place when it's needed to. So staff have put a lot of effort into, 1, securing this grant funding, which is $35 million. 2, working with the development partners in the community to fund or potentially fund more than their share. And those negotiations, as Mr. Kalamutu has said, are of course confidential because we want to make sure we get the best results for the municipality. So I'm having a bit of a hard time, and I'm sure others would agree on council, that this is a funding agreement that we asked staff to apply for $35 million. There was a cost sharing to that from the municipality. We've got $35 million, and we're concerned about our share. But if we don't sign the agreement, we don't get $35 million. So I would rather have those discussions about our share. We can certainly have further discussions. I believe it already has been discussed with council. But we can have those discussions later. But there's an agreement pending with the province, and I'd rather have my signature on that agreement tonight so that the $35 million doesn't go to another municipality. So I've got Councillor Cox, and then I've got Councillor O'Leary, and then Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through the chair to the CAO or chair itself. Theoretically, if the development partners didn't fund this portion, that's municipal taxpayer funding.
We would return. No? We would return the $35 million, and nothing would happen.
Damned if we do, and damned if we don't. Right? No, we're still not on the hook for 15,390.
Yes.
This table's confusing.
So again, for some clarity, if the municipality had to fund the $15 million, that would be a council decision whether or not we are going to fund that from the municipality. The goal is to have that funded by the development community. If that does not happen, then the wastewater treatment plant project will not proceed. The $35 million will be returned to the province, and there will be no share from us because there's no grant funding anymore. And a developer would have to come in and fund $57 million to build a wastewater treatment plant. And the concern is that we still have a liability with the New Horizons wastewater treatment plant that has not been offline. And if this process delays any further, it could be another number of years before we have an opportunity to remove that system from its failing condition. So I'm not sure if that provides a bit of clarity. Okay, so Councillor O'Leary and then Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair, my concern is that have we committed to DC charges for water and sewer? Because the $15 million can be made up in DC charges because first and foremost, we're supplying the reservoir for the existing 500 homes. We're supplying the water. Farsight has absolutely nothing to do with that. All they're doing is connecting. They're gonna run and connect, but we are supplying the infrastructure. So we should be able to get some of our money back that way. But there's always cost overruns, and cost overruns usually are anywhere between 10 and 20% on a project. So if you're looking at $57 million and take a 10% cost overrun, you're looking at another $5.7 million on top of that. You know, so like I would say you'd be closer. If you said 65 million, if the estimate is 57, you're probably closer to what it's going to cost you. But that's my concern. I have no problem with going forward as long as we have our butts covered when it comes to DC charges to recapture the $15 million or the excess, because that's our job. And another question I have supplement to this is, Chris, when it comes to development, you've been involved in many developments over your work history, right? Is there or are there consultants that we could hire to come in and advise us how to structure our development? I asked this last year and nobody seemed to come up with anything. But you know what? I owned a business, and when it came to bidding large jobs, I hired consultants. I brought consultants in to tell me what I should be looking for. And we're no different. We're no different than a contractor. We need to have somebody come, and we don't have to listen to them, but they can advise us, at least send us in the right direction. And that's my concern, because I've never built a subdivision. I've worked on lots of subdivisions, but I've never built a subdivision, so I haven't got a clue. Anyways, that's my opinion.
Calumet?
Through your worship, there's a few things there to unpack, if I may, just maybe one at a time as I go through them. And if I've missed anything, please let me know. First off, with regard to contingency, it is already built in. That number, the 57 number, there's 25% contingency in there. So that we are covered in there with regard to that. And again, I don't want to be negotiating in open session. However, as everybody in the town does know, as somebody who has built many subdivisions over my career, currently I'm the CAO, so that would not be my job. So we would need to look at internal expertise and whether that's, and that discussion point has already been had with the developments with regard to funding that. As I said before, again, our goal, and again, trying to keep as little out in the public realm with regard to negotiation, but as noted, the goal is to have our development partners fund, and so that we don't have to have any additional taxpayer money put towards these projects, period. And again, I will be coming back to council after those negotiations submitted to council what that agreement would say. At that time, as council can go over that within and have comments on that. And then if there are any changes that council would like to see within that draft agreement, I will then take it back to the developer partner again. So there is that opportunity for council to have that input into that process. So that will be coming. Hopefully in the next few months, I do have my work set out for me that I need to do this quickly, obviously, because there is time frames attached to some of this funding and some of the work that needs to be done. So right now, the request from the province was to, I believe, Mr. Johnston was to have this done by December 31st. It was, we did reach out to the province, note that it was after our December meeting. So we did have the okay from the province to bring this forward in January instead of December. They did give us that, and that's kind of why we're here today with regard to this. This isn't a go, no-go milestone. We still have the opportunity to pull back if negotiations fail, if they don't work out. As the mayor and I'm sorry if it was somebody else that said, we do have our New Horizons. That is a failing piece of asset. This is an opportunity to get that fixed without having to put specific Adjala-Tos taxpayer money into this because we were lucky to get this grant from the province. To me, that it is one of the things that does keep me up at night. As a professional engineer also, this is probably the best opportunity that we're going to have. I do not want to let it slip through our fingers. But again, at the end of the day, the ultimate decision is up to council.
Councilor Larry, that answers your questions, all right? That was already covered, yeah.
We could get a consultant.
So those discussions have been had with the developer. Councilor Simpson?
Through the chair. So I respect that negotiations certainly need to be enclosed and, you know, they can't be had in open session, and I don't think we should be negotiating in open session regardless. But with regard to the mayor's comment, you know, that we've all had that chance. Well, this is the first time that this item is coming in open session. And so this is the appropriate time to ask questions that we have and that residents have an opportunity to also see what the discussion is. Now, with regard to Councillor O'Leary's note regarding the amounts that we can claw back, 16,000 for water, for wastewater is the hookup fee that we have based on our 2013 master servicing plan for Everett. That was done in 2013. 6,000 for water. Those numbers are dated. Now, as I understand it, we're not collecting any amounts, and the mayor agrees that we're not collecting any money from the developer.
So I just want to clarify though, I'm shaking my head, there's no wastewater.
Right, there's no hookup fees.
So
is what yours?
No, it said there's no wastewater in Everett, so there can't be a hookup fee if there's no wastewater provided.
Oh, but there's a fee in the MSP, correct?
If there's no existing service, you can't charge a development charge or any developer for a service that's non-existent.
But
there is
our
no
present MSP identifies $16,000 for wastewater hookup and $6,000 for water. Whether that's right or wrong, and I agree with you, that is completely wrong. It makes no sense because we don't have the facilities, we don't have anything there, but we are about to have that, and we're not collecting any funds. And the reason we're not collecting
point of
any
clarification and point of personal privilege actually on the matter. That's not what I said. What I said is
I'm not putting words in your mouth, sir. I'm
yes,
I'm
you
addressing
have, and
my concern.
And I have the floor because I've raised a point of personal privilege. I did not say that it was wrong to charge anyone any dollars. What I said is you cannot charge anyone a service that is not existing in a community. So if somebody built a house anywhere in this community that had no water or wastewater, you can't charge them water or wastewater. And that would apply also to a developer. So if a developer was going to build in Everett, there is no wastewater system available there. You cannot charge them $16,000 for a connection to a wastewater system that's imaginable. There's nothing there.
Mr. Mayor,
that is what I wanted to clarify. So
thank you for your
continue on with your.
Thank you for your clarification. That's exactly the point I'm making. And I'm sorry that that confused you. I agree, you cannot do that. And the reason is because they are building their own facility, right? They're building their own infrastructure for their subdivision. It is all the infrastructure that is being built is to support their infrastructure. it is true that the municipality has needs because we have a failing wastewater system there that does need to connect to this new system that the developer is building for their subdivision. So there's no, now our portion, we're getting 35 million from the province. The province is saying, here's 35 million. The additional amount is your responsibility, township. And certainly we are putting our money for our portion, and we're putting money to help the developer. And so 22 million we're going to collect later on from the developer. And you know what? I like helping developers as much as the next guy. We should certainly help them because this money, this 35 million, certainly helps the developer get this work done, which is good. In all of this, we're not collecting any funds for hookup fees. We're not collecting any funds for hookup of water. We're not collecting any funds for that. They're building this at their cost of $22 million and any expenses that may come beyond that. So in all of this conversation, this whole agreement is about how are we benefiting the developer? And nowhere in this and nowhere in any of the other subsequent agreements and conversations have I seen what we as a community are getting for this. What are the community benefits that we are getting? We have not had a conversation or negotiation with the developer. And certainly, you know, it needs to happen. These are things that we need to know. What is the developer going to do? There's development charges, and development charges are going to help us a little bit, but they certainly don't pay for a community center. They don't pay for a new fire hall. They don't pay for public works. They don't pay for a community improvement plan for Everett. They don't include trails. They don't include additional services that are going to be required in those areas. And I'd like to see those things. I think the residents would like to see those things. And, you know, this is another agreement that's coming to us where, hey, you sign it. If we don't sign it, we're going to lose $35 million. I hate those kinds of, you know, pressure tactics. I don't like it. I don't know how many people like it here, but I don't like to be forced into anything. And I'd like to see, especially before we enter into an agreement, that we understand what the benefits are for the community. And that's something I'd like to see. So as I understand it, and perhaps somebody could clarify, if we defer this or ask for an additional meeting with regard to this agreement, is there a likelihood that the province could pull the funding?
All right, so before I get that question answered from Mr. Johnstone, I just wanted to make an overarching comment that there was so much wrong with that comment that you just provided. So much wrong. And I don't even think I have the time to go through it.
Please enlighten us.
Well,
you have no issue with talking about it when I'm starting my comments.
Certainly. Well, I'll take the points that you agree that there's necessities for the community. And in our development charges is a new public works building, is a new fire hall.
The full cost is covered?
So the comments are the developers do pay for services that we require. And we are going through a new development charge background study as we speak. And there will be more additions to that development charge background study, which will then formulate our DCs. The developing community does pay for services that the community needs, and those are there. And as I indicated before, the developer is in negotiations with the township. And those discussions are ongoing as well. And those discussions are robust. And a lot of the points that have been raised here are or have been discussed with the developer. Staff do a phenomenal job here to make sure that they protect this municipality. So the questions you have are being addressed by staff. That is their job, because they want to make sure that they are protecting this municipality just as we are. Those questions are being asked, those discussions are happening. And so I think we have to take a step back here. And as I indicated in my first comment, this is a spoke in the wheel. We are working on one piece of the puzzle. And there's a lot of other pieces that have to fall into place, and staff are working on those. And I think we have to have that trust in the fact that we are going through this process. This development has been on the books for many, many years. We are finally at a point in time where we have an opportunity to see meaningful growth without the cost to the taxpayer or to the users of water or wastewater. And that's a win-win-win for everyone here. So I understand maybe there is a bit of a sense of lack of information ongoing, but council's not going to sit in with the developer to negotiate a deal. That is staff's position to do that. That is what we delegate them to do. They're going to sit down and have those discussions. Mr. Kalamutu has provided numerous opportunities to council members to come in and have a discussion. He's provided different documents to council to review and to comment on. He has given every opportunity for council to come in and have that discussion, to suggest ideas for staff to take to the developer, to have different wording and different agreements. Those opportunities have been given to council. So that's kind of why I'm at a bit of a loss to sit here tonight, to have a potential where we're not going to accept an agreement with the province of Ontario for grant funding when we've had these discussions. We've deliberately made opportunity for council members to have discussions with staff on this matter. And we've had those. So I am a wee bit concerned on this. So back to the one question, particularly, if we don't sign this agreement tonight or at all, what happens?
Sorry, just for clarification, the question was, if we don't sign it today, but we sign it at a later date, and nobody's suggesting that we don't sign the agreement. I think the question is more that we have that clarity on, we're signing this, and it's going to benefit the developer a ton, because they're able to proceed with a development that they perhaps may not have been able to proceed with.
Okay, I appreciate that, but the concern is I won't be calling this special meeting to discuss this agreement further. It's on the agenda this evening. We either sign the agreement or we lose $35 million. And so that's why I'm asking Mr. Johnstone, if we don't sign the agreement today, what happens?
Through the chair, I asked for an extension of the December 31st deadline so that we could make a decision this evening. How I would respond to Councillor Simpson's question is that if we don't sign it today or give authorization to the mayor and clerk to execute, that we put the $35 million at risk. We are following a provincial process. They set the deadlines, the timelines, and what they want, and this is what they've asked for. And so if we don't agree to execute today, I think we're putting ourselves in jeopardy.
Well, here's my position, and I respect staff, and I think the mayor noted that I'm questioning staff, and I might be doing certain things that might be questioning whether staff are negotiating, and that is not my question at all. The question is, we're doing a huge solid for the developer. We are facilitating the development in a way that perhaps they would not be able to proceed had this monies not been made available. And that is a significant leverage that the municipality has at this stage. And we are giving away that leverage in any potential negotiation by saying, hey, we've already agreed to this. And you're getting this benefit, and we're not asking anything in return. When we have very real needs, and with respect to the development charges, my intent to maximize development charges, which is one thing that I've been trying to maximize development charges during my time on council. I want to maximize development charges, but I recognize development charges will not cover the full cost for a lot of the things. We are not a rich municipality. As much as we have reserves, we are a municipality that has a small tax base. And we are at the ground when it comes to building up infrastructure, when it comes to building up resources, when it comes to building up services. At this stage, in addition to development charges, we should be having negotiations. And I find at this stage that perhaps this is something that council should be involved in, where council is at the table. And obviously that can't happen in open session, but it is something that can happen in a closed session. And that's what I would like to see. So that's where my position is, and that's what I'm asking. So thank you, Mr. Johnstone, with regard to your thoughts on whether the funding would be pulled if we don't proceed.
Okay, thank you. I have Deputy Mayor Locks next.
Thank you through the chair. Great discussion. There's all kinds of numbers and there's all kinds of concerns. I have three here. So let's just say worst case scenario with New Horizons, because we've discussed this before on, let's just say none of the development happens. We have to fix it. What would that cost be for one? And I believe there was more than just that cost involved. I believe Ministry of Natural Environment, whoever also stated that we could possibly get some massive fines concerning that New Horizons if it was to fail, or if we were not to do anything to move forward to correct the situation there. So if somebody could kind of answer that to their best knowledge, please.
Mr. Johnson?
To the chair, the replacement cost for New Horizons, ballpark figure here, several $1 million.
Okay, so can I just say,
If we were to replace the system as is, we're talking like.
I'm talking like for like.
Like for like, yep.
so let's just say 2 million. Let's throw, is that okay with everybody? What was the MOE's, I guess, threat with fine? Because I believe we've had that discussion, or that has come up before too, whereas they can come in there and go, you guys have been ignoring this for X amount of years. We're going to fine you $10 million. I'm just throwing numbers out here, but I believe at some point it was mentioned in our discussions, 100%, that there was a specific, not a specific amount, but there was, we're teetering on the edge of, well, you know, they've been letting us go for a long time, but you guys keep this up and we're going to whack you with fines that they're going to blow your head off. I remember hearing these conversations in our meeting somewhere. There wasn't a specific amount, but I believe somebody said, you know, they could charge us $1 million or they could charge us $10 million. At some point it was discussed. Sorry.
So I'll go to the CAO, but
And whatever.
they'd be
And once again, a best guess situation here too.
There'd be non-compliance, and if there was ever a breach in the plant itself, then those would be where the fines would be assessed. But I'll look to the CAO just for a general ballpark as to the ministry's authority on that.
Through your worship, we have been on notice for a number of years with regard to the potential failure of New Horizons plant. We did have a most recent fail of a piece of equipment within the plant that is costing us almost $40,000 for a replacement repair, just because of a normal wear and tear because of age. As noted before, even though I am CIO, I'm still a professional engineer. I have taken an oath with regard to my knowledge and ability to protect the welfare of those who I serve. And again, it is one of the things that keeps me up at night the most. And again, I see this as the best opportunity with regard to protecting the health and safety of the residents to do this work in a timely manner. There are other options I just fear that it would not be as good as an option as of this one being presented here today, with regard to cost, with regard to timing, with regard to works that are needed. So again, it's one of the reasons why why we think as staff that this is a good option to put forward to get, again, not as Mr. Johnstone noted, not necessarily a like for like, but an actual betterment. This would be, if you want to use the words, this would be a gold-plated replacement, because then the effluent goes to a up-to-date, modern wastewater treatment plant to ensure that it is treated appropriately to the best technology available right now, and then it goes out to the receiving body. So I'm not sure if there was anything else, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions. Again, there and maybe on a different note of things that were previously discussed in the last few minutes, as noted, those many things are being brought towards the negotiations to the developer to include things with regard to certain financing, how we're getting that, with regard to expertise in consulting with those things. So we are bringing all that forward. Again, there is, this isn't necessarily the go or no go, where this is a decision on a milestone to move forward with. Again, if things don't come to fruition, as an example, when I come back to council with an actual agreement, if council decides not to move forward, then that would be the go or no go decision. At this time, because the province has given us such a tight time frame, they've only gave us this TPA just last month and wanted it done ASAP. So we were, as Mr. Johnstone noted, under the gun to get this in front of council ASAP, just because of their tight timeframes. So again, my apologies for that. I wish we would have had a little bit of more time. Unfortunately, that was the date that they gave us. So this is why we put this forward. So again, yes, it is a milestone, but not the drop dead go or no go. That would be more towards when I come back to council with regard to that agreement, with regard to all the funding, with regard to after the negotiations, first rounds of negotiations happen. In all the municipalities that I've worked in, it's not usually the entire council sitting around the table negotiating. It is usually administration, oftentimes the mayor. There's a negotiation and then it's taken back to council for additional discussion. I'm just following that process that I've been doing for the past 20 years. It doesn't take council out. It just, we need to solidify things and those discussions happen. And then we bring it to council. Then there's an opportunity for that input. And then again, I would take that back depending on what council wants me to do. So again, and that's where there could be a decision of no go or no go.
All right, thank you, Chris, for clarifications. So you had a couple more questions.
Yeah, supplemental, kind of. Well, you answered my second question, so I'm just going to go to that one right there. So from my understanding, and you've mentioned it twice, if we were to pass this, accept this tonight, negotiations are still going to happen. Whatever steps are still going to happen. And in a month from now, if all is said and done and nobody here is happy with what you've come back with, we can still shut this down. Yes or no? Easy.
Through the chair, that is correct. Okay. There's an opportunity to either change, no, or yes.
Okay. And supplemental, sorry. So back to my first question, and I'm asking for you to pull a number out of the air. I understand it. And maybe when you've worked in different locations, the MOE has some sort of set fines for abusers or whatever you want to call it. In your professional opinion, have you ever seen somewhere where they've come out and somebody has abused whatever the world and they've come out and nailed them with a $5 million fine or a $1 million fine or any? Do you have any sort of knowledge on what could happen, worst case scenario, if New Horizons was to split open, explode, and sewage was to go everywhere.
So through
I'm asking a situation.
a
I'm not
hypothetical
asking us as
situation,
users.
so through the chair, through your worship, I have been aware of situations where after multiple tries of the MOE asking a municipality to fix a particular asset, that fix was not done. What often happens, similar to if the municipality were to provide fines, there are warnings, there are the first fines, and then there's oftentimes a rapid escalation of that fine. Again, with regard to the top number, I have seen it go to the tens of thousands of dollars. In one case, over the hundreds of thousands of dollar fine. And again, that's going cumulative. So the first fine would be, say, 5, then 25, then 100, as an example. Again, with regard to this type of asset, there are quick fixes that could be done. There are proper fixes can be done, but those two are different.
And I'm just looking at worst case scenario theoretically. So you would say if it was multiple fines, whatever, it could lead up to $500,000. Let's just say if somebody was to be negligent over and over. I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about a theatrical situation, a theoretical situation here. And I would appreciate that you quit interrupting when I'm trying to figure out something out for this township, just like you did a few minutes ago. Can you do that? I'm trying to find something out here. And you're sitting there giggling and shooting your mouth off over what I'm asking for.
Point of order,
Theoretical
please.
Situation on monies. That's what
Point
we're all
of
talking
order,
about here is
please.
money. And everybody's concerned about
Point
our
of
share
order,
of money or
please.
whatever. I'm trying to figure something out here. That's all I'm trying to do.
Point of order, please.
Councilor Meadows, point of order.
Yeah, I don't think we need to talk like this in a council
Well,
meeting.
then he doesn't need to talk over me like I'm talking.
Point
over
of
you.
order,
You don't like
please.
it, and I don't like it when he does it.
Point of order, please.
Is that your point of order?
Well, it's very unparliamentary when we talk like this and the public and in front of staff. And I heard a lot of comments the last meeting, and I just don't want to see a repeat this meeting. So if we could please keep the tone down, let everybody talk properly. And I agree
That's
with
what
you.
I'm asking for.
Deputy Mayor Laux, that's fine. I understand, but I'm just saying we have a parliamentary process that has to be taken. Let's do it so that we look a little more professional in front of the people that we're making all these decisions for.
I
Thank
totally agree, and I hope everybody follows that.
So just to be clear, there has been no breach of parliamentary rules whatsoever at this table. But I do ask that all members be respectful of each other and to their opinions. And we've been asking for the opinions of staff, and it's their opinion that we're getting. So again, everyone has their
Point of clarification.
Everyone has their opinions on the matter. We're trying to garner as much information as possible. So let's just all respect each other, and then we can have a thorough discussion here.
Point of order.
Move on with the process.
Point of clarification.
Okay, so I have a point of order first from Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, through the chair. So the deputy mayor just noted a few items, and I just want to note that
Sorry, your point of
suggesting,
order is not taken.
I haven't finished my point
Right,
of
you're
order.
leading, that's not a point of order.
I haven't finished my
That's
point
not
of
the
order.
process. I can tell where you're going, and that's not a point of order.
Where am I going?
You're talking about an opinion of the deputy mayor.
No?
Yes.
So the deputy mayor is quite clearly talking to me in an aggressive manner. And I just want to note that when it comes to these discussions, we should be careful to suggest that the township is doing anything wrong, because there's no indication that we are in breach of any legal or environmental laws.
I appreciate that. And I'll rule on the point of order again that the deputy mayor did not indicate anything that would be of a negative breach of the township. Now, I've got a point of clarification from Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, on your ruling, Your Worship, I'm just curious if we overtalk somebody in our procedural bylaw, apparently that is classified as a point of order, is it not? I believe you've kicked me out of this session before for speaking.
To be quite clear, Councillor Meadows, you have spoken over multiple members of council on multiple times. So I'm not going to judge.
And you've called point of order.
There we go again.
No, I'm just
Prime
saying.
example, you're speaking over the mayor.
I apologize,
So thank
Your
you.
Worship.
So what I'm asking for is respect of all members. And I have been very generous in not ruling on point of orders of speaking over each other because it tendency that we've all done it. So I give some leeway in the discussion at a council meeting. I'm not going to be that strict, which is a requirement that everyone have to be, has a one time to speak. Like if you want to look at the procedure bylaw, I could tell everyone here you have 5 minutes to speak and we move on from the next to the next topic. And you have no opportunity to speak a second time. So I give enough leeway in this chamber that we have a thorough discussion. And I do ask that everyone respect each other, but I also ask that everybody respect their opinions of people. What I don't condone is information purported out to be the truth when in fact it's not been, or the fact that we've had staff members comment on an item and then a council member say to that staff member that information is not correct. We are asking staff to provide comments that information, to the best of my knowledge, is what's coming from staff. That's the position of the municipality. And I would ask each member to respect that information. If there are concerns, we have the option to talk with the CAO or department heads at any point following a meeting, pick up the phone, have a conversation, and you could even ask further questions or clarifications with regards to a matter if you'd like. So
yeah,
I do appreciate the fact here. I will go once more around the table because I do see several hands up. Again, we're talking about this funding agreement in this report. We still have the bylaw to proceed during the bylaw section of the council meeting. So I'll go once around again to have any further comments or questions. And again, just please be respectful of each other. Councillor Meadows.
Okay, I'll go on, but I thought I was still on my point of clarification because it still hasn't been answered, sir. With regards to Robert's Rules of Order, when somebody calls out a point of order, all discussion is supposed to stop on the council chamber floor. I called it out maybe 6 or 7 times before discussion stopped. So
I apologize, I didn't hear it.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the second issue, which is what the discussion is about today, I have several concerns with regards to the notifications that were given us. If you go to page 145, sorry, 145. It says here that the province may adjust the amount of funds it provides to the recipient in connection with any payment milestone based upon the province's assessment of information and recipient provides to the province pursuant to section A 7.2. I'm kind of concerned that if we're going ahead with this project and we have all these works going on, we're only going to be paid a certain amount of money for this project moving forward. So we're going to need some money in the bank to back up any shortfalls. So again, we're going to need some money with regards to that particular issue. How are we going to anticipate this? Is it going to be through the DC charges? Is it going to be through some loan that we're going to get? What's going to happen? Can somebody, I don't know whether the treasurer can answer me, whether the...
I'll answer the question, Councillor Meadows.
Okay.
So, upon signing of this agreement, there is a fund that comes to the municipality right away before any costs are incurred. I believe it's 15%.
Through the chair, upon execution of the transfer payment agreement, the township receives 25% of the 35 million.
25% of the 35 million.
Correct.
Okay, and that's got to go into a Canadian bank that has a certain amount of interest or whatever on that funding, correct?
Through the chair, I can't remember the exact terms off the top of my head, but it's something to that effect, like an interest-bearing account or something.
Yeah,
along
but
those
it's got to be
lines.
a Canadian bank, correct? And supplemental. So what happens if there's a shortfall in the oh, and another thing, the interest has to go back to, it can't stay with us. Any interest has to go either into the development itself, or it has to go back to the government. So just so everybody knows, we get no interest on this funds that we're getting.
Mr. Johnstone on that.
Through the chair, just page, what is it, 146, use of interest, unless otherwise directed by the province. So the province, because this is their agreement, they reserve the right to, but what it states is we can use interest on eligible costs.
Right. So, and Mr. O'Leary touched in on a point with regards to the DC charges. The problem I have with using DC charges with regards to this particular project is the fact right now, if we look at our DC charge bylaw and how much we're going to get for each one of these houses, in the full build out, we're going to be getting probably close to $32 million roughly. Okay. So that's not very much when you look at the full project. We could be over $32 million in charges. And again, Mr. Simpson stated, we're not getting hookup fees and everything else like that. So again, we're in a Colgan situation where the money we thought we were going to be getting for water hookup isn't going to be paying down the debt that we have on our wastewater or water and wastewater systems. This is the issue I have. We're saying to the residents that all this new development is going to bring a lower cost to our water and wastewater. I don't see it, people. I mean, I'm not a genius mathematician, but nothing's adding up. And I haven't seen any amounts that rack up the amount that's needed for this project. All I see is us getting the money for this development moving forward. We're getting the money for the developer, for his infrastructure, and we're losing concessions on the next phase on the other side of the road. We're losing on everything. So I'm just kind of bewildered on if it's going to cost $2 million to fix up our Decker Street plant, which I've looked into a couple terms of council back, and it was going to be, they said that you could modularize that particular system and reuse our current, what do you call them? We can use the leaching. No, the holding tanks. The holding tanks were fine. And we could modify that system to be a new system for that area. And it would be, back then it was about 1.5. So it's probably $2.5 million, maybe three. Even still, $3 million, we get an updated system that we can add houses to, because we still have 400 houses from that development that we could have put into that wastewater treatment plant, which we didn't because we had a failing system. So we could still expand to accommodate a larger development for that area as well. I'm just saying there's other alternatives we could look at if this doesn't go through, and we could do it quickly, because these modular systems, ACON could come in and have a look at our system and see what needs to be done. I'm skeptical about this because of the fact I have not seen, and I kind of feel bad because I know our staff are working hard. We've got great staff here. We got super staff. But, you know, like, and I just see that we're trying to be bigger than what we actually have to be. We're trying to play in the big pond with the big fish when we're a little pond. We're more like a swimming pool. And we're getting eaten alive. And I'd like everybody to think before we move this forward, do we really need this? I don't think we do. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Calabizu?
Through your worship, I understand council's hesitation with regard to the timing of these things and trying to make a decision on speculation. There hasn't been anything that was noted around the table that hasn't been discussed in the negotiation. And again, that negotiation draft will come back to council to, again, decide whether it is something that they want to proceed, it is something they want to change, or something that they just do not want to proceed with also. So again, there will be that opportunity. Unfortunately, with the regard to the timing of everything, staff weren't able to present that draft first to council. And because of the timing, we're asked to move forward with regard to this 35 million. Again, what I do want to reiterate is that moving forward with this doesn't move forward with the project. That is another time that that staff will come back and ask council if they want to or how they want to move forward with that. So there will be probably some back and forth after council has had input and into that process. So I did want to point that out and do realize that that in an ideal world that should have been done first. And again, with regard to the timing of it, this just happens to be first, but it doesn't provide the absolute approval. It's approval to work with the province to get the 35 million. That controls some of the funding with regard to the project. And then there's another partial funding that would bring us up to that 57 or less, depending on what efficiencies we could find, et cetera. And again, that unless we're getting to efficiencies that would be lower than the maximum allowable for eligible cost, that would not impact any of this just under 35 million. So I did want to point that out, that as long as that, and it would be very difficult to find that many efficiencies within a project this size, but as long as we're not lower than that number, and I'd have to do the quick math to check what that is, but we're not in any jeopardy of reducing this, losing this, et cetera, unless we decide not to move forward as a council.
Thank you. So just for council's understanding, I'm going back in order of the speakers on my list. So this next is Councillor Borzos. Any further comments?
Thank you, through the chair. I've been listening and it's very enlightening, but at the same time, it's very frightening as far as I can see. And if I'm just going to go through my thoughts here, if I may, in terms of the numbers, 27 cents of 35 million is, $15 million. So that would be a $50 million budget. I'm still missing $7 million. I don't know where that is. I don't know where that is going to come from. The other thing is when we are talking about money and we are looking at the agreement and the staff report, on page 1 of the staff report at the bottom, there's a list of items, 5 points and probably 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 subsections there that outlines the items and the projects that's supposed to be covered from this amount of money. And that includes decommissioning the New Horizon wastewater treatment plant, fine. a new wastewater treatment plant, but then we're going to expanding the water distribution system, the water supply, drilling new wells, water storage. Then I think it goes into roads and all kinds of other things. So is that all included in that $50 million or $57 million or $65 million or whatever it may be at the end? And if it is, where is a breakout for me to, as a counselor, to make any kind of educated decision on this? That's the financial side of it. When it comes to having access, like the mayor pointed it out, having access to all these documents, I mean, if we can call an email from the CEO to come to his office, take a quick look at an agreement and a fly, information conveying, then so be it, then it was. I have 5 emails from the CEO that actually says Everett expansion update. The last one is from November 30th. Not one of them have any specifics in it with respect to what is the negotiations, how is it going, what is it doing, where are we going, what the financial implication of any of it is. It's just generalities. That's great. But at the same time, how can I be making decisions based on something like that? And I'm not faulting anyone, not faulting staff. It's just maybe the politics that we play. But again, it's not giving me the amount of power, the amount of ammunition that I need to base my decisions on. Tying to that is the fact that CAO mentioned that he has done all these negotiations at other municipalities where he worked. I'm sure he's done that. I'm sure he did a great job at that, but I'm also sure that probably none of the councils that he ever worked for had 5 councilors on it. My point, maybe you did. Right. So if you have a council that starts at 30 and 40 and 100 or whatever you guys worked at in King and New York and this and that, of course there's no room for a council. What are you going to do? A whole meeting room full of councilors for a negotiation? No. We are a different cat of fish altogether. We are a small council. We actually do have the opportunity or should have the opportunity to sit down at those negotiations and be part of the negotiations because we are boots on the ground and we pride ourselves as such. So because of that, I would expect that from our council. And maybe that is the key to this whole thing. Maybe we can move forward with this one with the caveat as it was presented to us, despite all our bad feelings about the whole situation and how it went down and how we didn't get the information. Give it one more benefit of the doubt and move forward and say, okay, let's put this through with the caveat that we will have a meeting with whoever we need to meet with. And we will be present on that meeting as council, not the mayor and the CEO or the clerk and the mayor. Well, no, the entire council be present at that point and have discussions. Everybody bring your best shots and best ask, and let's make it what we can. But I mean, I would love to, I'd be foolish to say no to the Everett wastewater treatment plant, the New Horizon wastewater treatment plant replacement. However, I have to say to Councillor Meadows' point, about a year ago, I brought some solutions to the town. And I actually took it upon myself to go after one of the larger local builder who does municipal septic systems. And for $1.2 million, we could replace the New Horizon at $2,025 with a Waterloo biofilter system, which is the top of the line thing as far as smaller municipal systems go. I'm not talking about the big wastewater treatment facility, but and that was, I even got paper plans, everything, and that's also a possibility. So if we are being held hostage just by saying that if we lose this, then we're going to go to jail because of New Horizon, maybe we can look at $1.2 million or $1.5 million, and that's a lesser loss than having to pay $7 to $10 million at the end of the line. Anyhow, that's just on that topic. My final point, my ask to council and to everybody here in this room, give it a thought, and let's see if we can move forward with this one with the caveat that we will do within a month or before next council meeting. We will have a closed session meeting and we will sit down and we will do the right thing and do what we can to negotiate as a body, as a team, not as an individual, not as I think is the best. No, we each have boards, we each have people who voted us in. They have their needs, they have their wants, they have their desires. Let them speak through us. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Borzos. So I do want to address a couple items there myself, and I'll go to Mr. Johnstone for other clarifications with your comments. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge a couple things. So this township spent $285,000 to investigate the Clearfield system of installing baffles in residential lots in New Horizons and using the wastewater treatment plant, the same technology that you're suggesting, and determined after spending $285,000 over a year of research that it was not feasible to do that in the municipality. So we've commissioned that, we did it, and it was turned out after spending, in my opinion, a lot of money to say it's not feasible. So I just wanted to express that that has been talked about, and we've actually investigated that. The township had Clearfield and EPCOR look at those items, and they determined that it was not feasible. Second item I want to address is with regards to negotiations. AO, and if I remember correctly, the count has had at least 7 meetings with the development community on negotiations. So I just want to lay some groundwork that, to be realistic, for council to sit in a negotiation with a developer would potentially take 6 to 7 months, probably 7 to 8 hours a day, probably every other week to do that negotiation, if we were looking at the entirety of council. Because those discussions are held with senior staff for 4 to 5 hours at a time, bi-weekly, and then the next meeting they would recap, and the next meeting they would recap, and the next meeting they would revisit back something that they've just talked about. So I can understand the expectation that if council has wishes, certainly submit those to senior staff so they can be included in discussions for negotiations. But I believe it is unrealistic to expect that council members are going to be involved in 7 months of discussion, meeting 4 or 5 hours a day every other week with a developer to try to negotiate a deal. And that's the expectation. So there's closed session meetings, us making $165 a meeting, each meeting, involving 7 members of staff, the clerk's department, because it's an official meeting, the CIO, all senior staff, and then 1 or 2 members of, or maybe 3 potentially, of their development community trying to negotiate with a room of councillors. Now, that's not a proactive way of negotiations, because that looks like you gang up on somebody. So I just want to lay the groundwork that I believe that's why it's unrealistic. We've had the discussions in camera. There's opportunity for council to engage with the CAO. And then there's opportunity when the CAO comes back for probably an in-camera meeting to update council with regards to how negotiations are progressing. So I think there's some opportunity there. And then the last item, I just wanted to acknowledge that if you would like Councillor Simpson or other members of council, staff can certainly forward off to you the grant application, which has a breakdown of the costs for each of these items. It's a public record. It's a document that this township has, open to council members. So if council would like to see that documentation, you can certainly get that cost breakdown for what those costs would be, what we applied for under the grant application. And then the question to Mr. Johnstone, I believe the first question Mr. Borzos had was, the grant covers all of these items. And can you just confirm if that does and to what degree, please?
The grant, through the chair, the grant covers all those items that are listed there. So there's 5 items listed. This is the bottom of page 131. So there's decommissioning New Horizons, a new wastewater treatment plant, expansion. I'm not going into the subpoints. I'm just expansion of water distribution system, water supply, and water storage. All those are covered by this. Now, I'll preface the new wastewater treatment plant. I'm not saying this is building a wastewater treatment to 100% of build out 25 years down the road. There's a capacity that it's built to, but That's again been worked out through senior staff, and we are building to that number.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Councillor Borzos, follow up.
Redirect or supplement through the mayor, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you. However, I don't necessarily agree with all of them. That's, I guess, my personal problem at this point. But I just like to say that nobody's asking for 6 or 7 negotiations every second week. That's not what I was saying, and that's not what I was talking about. And I guess I would have appreciated not being taken out of context, but however, maybe that's how it came across. Then I have to clarify. What I was talking about is just this one specific issue. Right now, today, we are talking about this. We are not talking about generally how we negotiate or how staff negotiates. And to that point, if they are doing the negotiations on behalf of council and for the residents of Adjala-Tosorontio, then perhaps maybe a bit of a more detailed update. And I know the CEO has been very diligent about sending us the updates, and perhaps maybe that was the extent of what he was able to send us at that time. But I think when it comes to a serious issue such as this one, we could maybe be a little more transparent, a little more forthcoming, which also goes to the point where, yes, okay, the grant application is available, so why was it not sent to council? Why do we have to actually talk about it and just to say that, oh, it's a public record, go ask for it? Why? Send it to us. It's part of this process, part of the package, helps me understand the entire application, the entire project better. So maybe we would have had half of these conversations if we had all those documents sent to us proactively. So anyways, point is, it doesn't matter. We can go back and forth on this one. I still feel that there's a way to salvage this. But again, at this particular point, I'd like to be present at the negotiations whenever and wherever they take place. And I'm sure other council members would feel the same. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And again, I not to go back and forth, but I was actually speaking to the context. Those at least seven meetings that the CIO has had are just with regards to this item. So there have been at least 7 meetings with regards to funding opportunities with regards to this item alone. So that's what I'm saying is they're on the multiple levels. I'm going back to my analogy of the spokes. On multiple levels of these spokes, they've already had at least 7 meetings with regards just to the funding of this agreement alone and not even getting into any additional agreements. So this is what I'm saying. It's a very time-consuming venture from staff to go into these things. So anyways, I've heard the comments and I do appreciate them and take them into consideration. All right, so I've got Councillor Cox and then Councillor O'Leary next.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's quite obvious to me that maybe we should be having a special meeting after this, similar as my Councillor Borzos mentioned. There's just not enough information provided with like the ongoing negotiations, like getting an update. I understand the timeframes, but considering we can pull out of this at any time after today, we've been talking about this for over an hour. And to me, that flags special meeting all day long. And it's very simple, straightforward. I say we just move forward with it, but we need to have a special meeting. And I'd put dollars to donuts is on the next item too. A special meeting to discuss it wholeheartedly, because we're having discussions that we should have had before today. And it's to nobody's fault. It's just the way the cookie crumbled, okay? It's the way the cookie crumbled, timeframes, December 31st, we got an extension. I get it, okay? I understand. But with all that being said for over an hour, let's just move forward. We can pull out any time, but I think it's quite clear that we need to have a meeting to be fully briefed on negotiations and all the moving parts of this development. That's all I have to say.
I do appreciate that. Again, without saying too much here because we're discussing this topic, this is the meeting to discuss the transfer payment. So the agreement's in front of us. That's what we're discussing. Updates on negotiations will happen at a point in time when negotiations get to a point where there's a draft agreement ready for council to look at. So that's the update stage. Now, that could be 3 weeks from now, that could be 3 months from now. So it could be a year from now, absolutely, Councillor O'Leary. So there are processes to go through, and it is unusual for council to be involved in this process. So I think, and I'm going to speak for myself, but I think it's hard for me to fathom that we're going to start a new process on this particular development, which staff are unaccustomed to, which I'm unaccustomed to, which could potentially delay the process further. And don't get me wrong, I understand that's an information gathering aspect, but I think the information can be shared in a different format. And as I've indicated, that format is having discussions with staff on your own. And I must reiterate this because this item on the agenda has been on for a week. And I went around and asked each staff member today if there were any questions from council with regards to this report. And I got the answer, none. So if there was additional background information we needed to make a decision this evening, there is a week of an opportunity to get that information. If you thought it was important that all council receive that information, the request could have been made to the CAO or the clerk to send that information to council so that information was shared. So there are mechanisms in place during council for council to receive the information and not necessarily come to council meetings and have a thorough discussion about a topic when there's an opportunity to have those individual conversations with staff so that you better understand what the concerns are. And I'm not saying everybody has to take that on. I'm not saying that everybody has to fully understand what the concepts are. But an update, for example, if there was a need to ask the question is, how are negotiations going with the developer? Chris would have answered that. Chris would say, here's how things are going. We're going to meet next week. There's going to be further discussions. In a month or two, we're going to have an agreement to council. That agreement you can review before in closed session, by the way. The agreement comes to council, is adopted by council, and we move on to the next step. So there are opportunities here. So
I'm calling point of order here, Your Worship. I'm very discouraged by what you're saying. You're basically saying that every single one of us never came prepared because we never talked to staff. That is not the case. We've all read the documents. We all know what's coming in front of us here. We don't need to talk to staff on what's in a document that's been prepared by staff. We all have our own brains, and some of us are a little educated on this process. So I really take offense to the fact that you say that we're not coming prepared. So I'm sorry. I have to call it out as I see it.
Okay, thank you. So I will rule on the point of order. And if you agree with that, then council cannot ask questions to staff this evening. That's what I'm hearing. If you're saying, to be fair, Councillor Meadows, if you're saying you're prepared to make a decision on this report, then an hour ago we should have took a vote on the motion because the only individuals you would like to speak to are council members.
Point of order again, Your Worship. The whole point of a council meeting is to inform everybody and that everybody is informed. You're telling us as councillors to go in and talk to staff on an individual basis. Number one, councillors aren't allowed to direct staff. Number two, we're not allowed to just come in the office and talk to staff. We have to make an appointment.
No, you don't.
Oh, yes, we do.
I have been very clear, Councillor Meadows, on this topic.
Well,
Council members have opportunities to discuss with staff on any occasion as long as staff are available for that time.
If they're available, exactly. I'm just saying, I've been told by staff certain policies that happen at this table here that aren't being followed. Well, some people have to follow them, but other people don't have to follow them. So I take offense to the fact that you're saying that we now can't discuss this in an open session with staff, with our concerns. You're saying we should have talked to all the staff prior to this and not had a discussion. Well, this is all last minute information for one. It's a lot to go through. If you're a lawyer and you know lawyer speak, then it's fine. But I'm sorry, but it took me a little while to go through it. It took me a week to go through it, but I still understood it when I came to this council meeting. And you're saying, and you're now overriding what I just said. So it seems to be everything gets overridden when I bring up a point of order. So I'm sorry. I really take offense to what you're saying. I really do. I really do.
Thank you, Councillor Nettles. And again, I take also offense to some of the comments that you just made against myself. And maybe the reason why maybe I do override you is because you're wrong. So I think the concepts here are we have opportunities to discuss, and I'm not belittling anyone at this table. We have opportunities to discuss all month long on any topic. We all bring our concerns to council or to staff. We all have discussions with staff on numerous matters. But council meetings are also made here are in part to make a decision. And what happens though is when we discuss an item for 2 or 3 hours, we're not making the decision. So we have options. We have options to accept it. We have options to change it. We have options to refer it. We have options to deny it. And everyone, I believe, comes to a council meeting with a preconception of what would happen with an item. I don't think everyone comes here to think that they're just going to sit here for an hour and listen to each member of council explain their position. I think everyone comes with a preconnotation that there's going to be something happening on this and to their opinion of what they've read in the report. And we move on to the next item and the next item and the next item. So I guess to the point I'm trying to make is the information's in the report. We've asked God knows how many questions to staff this evening, which in my opinion, some of those questions could have been addressed before the meeting. And that is what I'm saying. Now, if you want to ask the questions in the meeting, that's fine. But this is what takes so long in our meetings is to understand everybody's process. And then we get 7 opinions, then we get staff's opinion, and then we go around the table a second time and ask almost identical questions to get the same opinion that we just got an hour ago. So that's where I'm going with this, Councillor Meadows. So you made the point of order. I don't agree with the point of order. I think the aspect here is that we are following procedures. We are going around the table. There are different ways to have discussions with staff. There are different ways each member of council feels that they have interactions with staff. Or interactions with council members. I think that's a personal preference. My preference is to see this meeting run smoothly, and asking questions that could have been potentially answered from a staff member prior to is in my opinion, a better progress or a better use of time than it is to come here. So, all right. So I've
Supplementary.
You have a supplemental question,
Yeah,
Councillor
I
Cox?
was able to say supplementary before. But given the discussion, I want to clarify what I meant by the special council meeting is that obviously a lot of information has been brought forth. And yes, we do have time to meet with staff and to discuss these, but I really do respect the different angles of approach through my fellow council members. We each bring something to the table. We all have our subject matter of expertise, and I do really appreciate the opinions. I might not always agree with them, but I appreciate them, and I want to listen to them, right? Because sometimes that changes my way of thinking, brings something forward, and that's where, as a CEO or CIO discussed about having a discussion, we could have had it before this. And I'm just thinking that with all these negotiations going on, I think it would be extremely beneficial for us to have a special meeting on this topic as well. Not saying we're going to just shut this down tonight, but to have a special meeting on top of the talk about those negotiations, talk about that 15 million, talk about, you know, other angles of approach, which I think would greatly help not only us but this township to make sure we go into this with sound mind and a good understanding. because we don't want to make any mistakes and ensure this development, if it happens to benefit the community and benefit the township at the same time. And that's all I was saying, is that I think we should approve this. I think we should just move forward, considering we can pull out of it, but schedule a special meeting so we can have this discussion wholeheartedly, right? And I think there's a lot of passion involved because everybody cares. It's a good thing. We shouldn't go at each other because we care. So but I really think everybody has a good opinion out there, and we should all discuss it collectively and professionally in a special meeting.
Okay. Councilor O'Leary?
I agree with Adam. I think that we're not committing to Farsight Homes if we vote for this agreement tonight, we're not making a commitment to Farsight. So therefore, we can reject it down the road without implications or contractual issues with Farsight. Excuse me. But the other thing is to, I'll get my 2 cents worth in here too with what's going back and forth. I don't think we need to be another 7 voices in a negotiation. We need to trust our negotiators, but what we need from our negotiators is the Coles Notes booklet. Prior to, like Scott said, or Mayor Anderson said, he's looking at it like a pinwheel, right? We negotiate our subdivision agreement according to like the pinwheel. And then after we get the Coles Notes issue of what the negotiations have come to, then we have a special meeting. So maybe we have 4 special meetings or 2 special meetings or whatever. But we have all the information in front of us. We get it a week or 2 weeks ahead of time. We read it, we digest it, and then we come together and vote on it. I think that's probably the best way. But as far as this issue with the grant, I mean, the government's going to give you $35 million. Sign me up.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Simpson next.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to see a special meeting called as well. And, you know, this, I understand that we can't have, 7 or 8 meetings with council negotiating. But this is a subdivision that is a significant investment in our municipality. I mean, it's over $1 billion, right? That's a lot of money being invested in our municipality. If we have to have a few extra meetings, I think that's well worth it and warranted. At the end of the day, as councillors, we all come in with positions. We all have, certain things that we want to see in the direction of our township. So when we're looking at like houses, one of the things that, yeah, they're $1 million homes. But one of the things that, at the meeting in Everett, the developer noted was, hey, your council hasn't had any meetings telling us what kind of houses you want to see. They want to hear that feedback, right? Because we're the people on the ground. We understand what the needs of the community are. We understand that, there are issues like, I don't know, environmental issues. So let's say we want to make the houses more efficient, right? So we want houses that have energy efficient appliances. We want to see certain things in these houses. These are things we can talk to the developer about and say, hey, look, we want to see these things. And, I think each of us brings to the table something that we can add to that. And obviously, we can't go into a negotiation with 1 million different things, 7 people with 7 different opinions. what I'm suggesting is that we need to clarify what are those things that we want to see, and let's put that together, because at the end of the day, we're the people on the ground. We are the people who live here. We're the people who are going to see the effects of this, and we're the people who, if we screw up, we're going to deal with the backlash of it, right? So this is where I think we need to make sure that if we go in and we say, hey guys, these are the things that we want, and it also helps staff to kind of narrow down, hey, these are some things that we'd like to see in these negotiations. I think that helps. I'd hate to be in a situation like where Colgan subdivision came through without any community benefits. The whole thing is we want to benefit the community, so let's do that. And that's what I'd like to see as well. With regard to this, I think at this time we can proceed with the agreement with the province. I will note, however, that this was a point of leverage, and we've lost that point at this time because we have to proceed. This is there are certain times and timelines when we have a little bit of pull, and if we don't utilize those periods appropriately, it hurts our negotiating hand. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Locks, any further comments?
Sure, let's have final thoughts. Yeah, I believe we've gone through everything. Today's not final, so let's move ahead. I believe the hope that if Farsight is going to, in negotiations, Farsight, the plan is for them to cover our end of the deal. Is that correct? Bob, don't shake your head. I'm not saying they are. I'm asking if that is the goal.
Yes, that's the goal.
Thank you.
Point of order. I don't need to be talked to that way, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I am a member on this council, and I deserve the respect that the people have voted me in for. If you saw me shake my head, I'm sorry, but am I not allowed to shake my head and disagree with what you said or disagree with what was said? And I'm sorry. Everybody, I've seen you do it quite a lot as well, but I deserve the respect.
I'm sorry. I'm asking the CAO, is our goal to have Farsight pay for our share of the bill? Is that our goal, ideally?
Chris?
Through your worship, that is a goal that was what was put forward in the negotiation.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
So.
Perfect.
Would you like me to roll on that point of order, Councillor Simpson? It's well taken. Anything else?
Yes. We are getting something out of this. Everybody, I hear lots of people saying that we're not getting anything out of this. I don't believe we're getting nothing out of this. We're getting quite a bit out of this. Fourth point is we can sit here and do this and let's say it all goes down the toilet. What's the province going to do when the province takes over and then they're in the driver's seat? Because we may not believe it, but we are somewhat in the driver's seat right now in this stage. And I think we're pretty lucky to be partnered with Farsight, because if it was some other developer, I think it would be a whole different ball game. And for that, I will call the vote if we could, please.
I don't mind. I'm going to wait a minute.
Until Councillor Cox returns.
Plan. All right, so the recommendation has been moved and seconded. It was moved by Councillor Cox, seconded by myself. That's staff report IND 2026-02 dated January 14th, 2026 regarding Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund. Transfer payment agreement be received and that council consider the necessary bylaw authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute this transfer payment agreement attached to Schedule A.
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Yes, you may. Madam Clerk, we've got a request for recorded vote from Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
I was going to ask if there is going to be a special meeting that we can be part of before I vote, but I heard nothing, I guess.
The vote has been called.
What has been called? Well, put my faith in your trusty hands, Mr. Mayor, and I vote yes.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 6 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you. The motion carries 6-1, and I completely agree, Councillor O'Leary. All right, it is 9:41 p.m. I'm going to take a 10-minute recess. All right, council, we're going to reconvene the meeting at 9:53 PM. Thank you for your indulgence for the recess. Because it is close to 10 PM, and I don't believe we are going to be able to rush through all the bylaws and other items. So I do need a motion for council to proceed past the hour of 10 PM to conclude tonight's agenda. I have it moved by Deputy Mayor Locke, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so we're on to item 14.4, which is staff report IND 2026-3, which is the Farsight Homes Development Earthworks Agreement. And I believe Mr. Johnstone or Mr. Cullum, Mr. Johnstone. You guys are confusing me tonight. Mr. Johnstone, please.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson. Through the chair, staff are bringing forward a development earthworks agreement for council consideration this evening. This is the first step in the development of the Farsight lands. It encompasses stripping the lands, cutting and filling, preparing them for future services and buildings, et cetera. This is just the first step. And if council has any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Okay, thank you. So any questions through Mr. Johnston? Do you want to provide some additional context?
Just some additional, if I may, Your Worship, through you. Again, as council knows, just historically, that this, a previous version of this was presented and approved by council. With regard to why we're bringing it back, this is an opportunity that staff utilized to bring additional expertise through planning, engineering, and public works with regard to previous experiences we've had to tighten up the agreement itself. We also, through the clerk, utilized our legal to ensure, again, to tighten up, to ensure that we have this tightened up as much as possible. And we've also connected the agreement to the parcels of property themselves also. So just wanted to note that that this again was approved, but this is kind of the new and improved back to council after a number of changes. For example, within this agreement, there is a requirement for the developer to hire a geotechnical consultant to ensure that there is no vibration occurring in those other ones. That's just an example that wasn't included in the other one. Again, most of the agreement is similar to what was already passed by council, just with those additional aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I was on council in 2018 when the original earthworks agreement was put forward. Back then, I voted against it because I said we were putting the cart before the horse because not everything was in place. Now I see it's coming back in 2025. If you want to vote on this, from what I can see and what I know of policy in that, the original the original agreement should be rescinded and then a new one put forward. Because there was a bylaw that was put place and there was also monies that were actually, township monies that were actually involved in the first phase of this. So I would like to put a motion forward to rescind this. And then if you want to put it forward again, that's up to you.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. And I'm going to go to the clerk, but I'm pretty sure that's in the bylaw itself already. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Council. Yes, when Council considers the bylaw to authorize the Clerk and Mayor to sign this agreement later on in the agenda, that bylaw will also repeal the 2018 bylaw that authorized the signing of the original agreement. I will note as well that original agreement was not fully executed.
Point of clarification.
Sir.
If it wasn't fully executed, then why was the area clear cut and all the soil taken off the development? So you're saying things weren't done properly?
So to clarify, there was no soil removed from the property. It was remove all the trees on the property itself.
There was soil that was taken out. Yeah, there was. Anyway, okay, fine. Then all the equipment that was there was for naught then. Okay.
Any further questions or comments? I have Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair, just a quick question. If it is the fact that we have expended funds in the previous agreement, are we recovering those funds at this time? Or were those monies recovered when those works were done?
I'll look to the CO, but I don't believe the township had any expense with regards to the last agreement. I don't think it's typical for the municipality to incur costs under works.
Through you, your worship, again, I wasn't here, so I don't know the history. What I can say through my experience with regard to this process in many municipalities is that the municipality doesn't spend any money unless there is something different and specific within the agreement. I'm not aware of anything like that within this agreement. So the stretch or assumption is that if it wasn't in this agreement, it wasn't in the previous one. So again, it is just basically an approval for them to do work. So again, if there was something different, I am unaware of that.
Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair, as I understand it, I believe we were doing work that the municipality took on work in 2019. Is that right? 2019?
2018.
2018 with regard to concession 6, and works were done by the municipality, I believe, to gain access to the northern portion of the work area, I guess.
Okay, so I'm going to go with Mr. Wilmots as well, but if memory serves me correctly, the township was acting under the DC bylaw to do works completed to the area specific DC and not under earthworks agreement. And that was prior to 2018. That's maybe even a wee bit earlier than that.
Through the chair, I know that a lot of the work on Concession Road 6 was done for the Cross Canada Trail.
No.
And cleared some of that up. So I know the crews were in there doing that.
Is it possible, and I know I'm putting you guys on the spot right now, like, I don't think it's realistic to look through the records during the meeting, but perhaps we can get some clarification at a future date on that. And if it is determined that funds were expended by the municipality, is there an opportunity to recover some of those costs?
CAO will look into it. Anything further, Councillor Simpson?
I do have specific questions related to the agreement itself.
Carry on.
I was hoping for a response to this before I carry on, if that's okay.
So the response was that the CO is going to provide a report.
Okay.
Or at least look into the matter. He's not coming back with a council report, but he's certainly going to look into the matter.
Okay. That's fine. I'm looking specifically into work hours. We're looking at, I believe, hold on one second. Let me just pull up the page. Page 197. Work hours being from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday to Friday. Is it possible to narrow the scope of that a little bit? So when people are home after work, they're not hearing a lot of building happening. I know that was one of the concerns that we had in Colgan, was that there was a lot of work happening while people were sleeping, and just as people got home after work, that there was a lot of noise.
Kalamutu.
Through your worship, we can ask about that. What we have here is just because it's defined in a bylaw. So that's why we have the 7 to 6, just because it is with regard to nuisance within bylaw. So, but we can ask the developer to speak with their contractor and to limit it. Is there a particular time that we would be asking?
So just to confirm, you're referring to the nuisance bylaw timeline?
Correct.
Okay, so it's in a bylaw that we already enforce for that time?
That's
why it's in this one the same way?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm hoping that we can narrow that to 8 to 5, if that would be appropriate. if council is amenable to that as well.
We're not going through each individual one, so if you have more, we can go through them. Like, we're not going around the table to decide each one.
Well, that's one I'd like to see, that it be from 8 to 5. The additional concern I have is with regard to page 194, section 4.5. This is a clause with regard to the waiver of provisions or breach. And I'm just going to read 4.5.1. The township engineer is at liberty to waive any or all provisions of this agreement, whether or not the developer is in breach of the provision, and such waiver shall not in any way affect the enforceability of this agreement. To me, that reads like any clause within the agreement, including breaches, may be waived by the township engineer for any reason whatsoever. I think that's a significant allowance, and I do find that problematic because at that point, what does this agreement really mean? I mean, anything in the agreement can be changed at any time for any reason whatsoever. And I think that is a problem. I'd be more comfortable with such a provision if that noted that, staff inform council as well in the event of any waiver or breach, and that that council have an opportunity to comment prior to any waiver being provided. I don't know how likely it is that, there's a breach that happens, and perhaps the CAO can shed some light on that.
Mr. Calumet.
Through your worship, we do our best, lawyers do their best, and contract writers do their best, but there are some circumstances that are unforeseen. This allows the township engineer, which is the director as defined, to see if there are any small, medium, or even time sensitive things that may be flexed, if I may put so. Again, with regard to it being the town engineer and this particular topic of earth moving, I should say, things such as a large rainstorm, as an example, could be a breach when it comes to, say, silt control. And then we would ask them to obviously fix that. But with regard to the expertise that that the director has, they can make decisions right away on the fly. With regard to it being to go back to council, there is a process for that. It could be up to a month or longer with regard to any changes that may happen. In the meantime, with regard to that, it would be paused. The work would be paused for potentially 6 weeks. And that's why this is fairly standard in standard wording in that type. You usually pick an expertise like the town engineer who has that expertise. Again, with the assumption, and I'm secure enough saying that all the ones that I know do work to the best aspects with regard to health and safety of people and property. So with regard to the director, as it sits here, Mr. Wilmotz has expertise to note that if there is anything that needs to be flexed or any something minor that happens that is not to the strict rule of that. Again, it's up to council if council chooses for any of those to come back to council for approval. Those things do happen, sometimes multiple times throughout a project. But again, that's whatever council wishes.
Thank you.
So when it came to Colgan, council did at times receive notice when there was breaches. And many times, though, council did not get any notice. And we would have residents calling us, telling us, hey, there's a breach. There's all the silt going through the river that runs in front of my property. It's an environmental impact. What can we do? And the intent here, I don't think, is to delay or cause undue delay. I think it's more that maybe there can be some sort of provision for notice to council in the event of breaches or waivers that are given.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we can do that. Again, oftentimes is we will not have 24 hours a day inspection on this. So oftentimes it even is us who hear about it from a resident. So for example, if there is a large rainstorm and something does breach, an actual breach, we may not hear about it until the next day. Oftentimes, again, if it is impacting a neighboring property, we would hear about that immediately. So even us as staff members may not do that right away or hear about it right away, but yes, we will take action. And what we could do is if there are any particular things that require this clause to be enacted that the town engineer do waive or change, et cetera, with regard to the authority in 4.5.1, we can then notify council through email if that would be a recommendation that I would put forward. If that's okay with council.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Simpson, anything further?
Those are the two changes at this time. Thank you.
Councilor Borzos next.
Thank you. Through you snooze-a-loose, snoozy-loosey. Through the chair, just a couple of observations and comments or questions, perhaps. I do agree with Councillor Simpson, and this was going to be one of my asks or points regarding the hours of operation. I think 8 to 5 is more than enough, and especially that everything is going to be happening within 10, 20 feet of the end of the backyard of people who live on Columbus Lane there and Charmaine Crescent. So if I could promote that or ask that as well. And then my other concern is about the roads and the haul routes that are designated in the agreement. It specifies that it should be county roads. So we have two of those, County Road 13 and County Road 5. 13 is so-so, I guess, in terms of shape. County Road 5 through a village of Everett is absolutely a disaster. And recently I had a phone call into the director of engineering at the county because there were some really bad potholes on the eastbound section of County Road 5 going out of Everett to the east. I asked them to patch it or whatever they can do. And at that point I asked if they can do something with the entire road to rehabilitate or whatever. And I was told that's not in our immediate plans, meaning probably not in the 5-year plan. So if we are going to divert truckloads of dirt and soil and whatnot through that particular street, pretty soon there won't be any asphalt left on it for anybody to drive on. So I don't know what the solution to that is. I maybe can look at our two county councilors and request them respectfully to take this matter to the council or at the county and tell them to make this road suitable for that type of traffic. So, and then I guess the third point that I have here, this thing keeps rearing its ugly head, this wastewater treatment facility outflow location, but there's a lot of issue about the wastewater treatment plant in the earthworks agreement, and we are preparing sites and stripping topsoil and digging holes and doing whatever, but we still don't have, or I haven't seen a signed, sealed, and delivered outflow location agreement anywhere. So those are my 3 points and requests respectfully, and thank you.
Thank you, and I'll pass it over to the CAO for clarification on those questions. I just want to, probably I'm going to steal the words from Chris's mouth, but the county roads are established haul routes regardless of who uses them. So they're designed for truck traffic. So we don't need to provide any overseeing of a haul route on a county road. But I'll let Chris answer the rest of the questions.
Through your worship, my apologies, I might only have two, so if you can repeat the third. With regard to the haul routes, even though it is noted that there is an opportunity to remove dirt, that's actually a second process that would be under a fill permit. So this agreement is just to move dirt around within the lands identified within it. So the roads, the county roads or roads to be used would only be utilized to mobilize and demobilize. So there wouldn't be constant traffic under this. Again, if the developer at some point wants to bring in or remove, then that is another process that they would also have to go through with regard to fill. That would then entail Bill 46, OREG, my apologies, OREG 416-09. They would need a QP. We would need one on site. There would be some additional ones. So with regard to the roads, that's just for clarification, that's the utilization of the roads. The other one is the outlet lands, again, are not included in those five, I believe, pieces of property identified in it. So if and when that work comes forward, there would have to be another one that if there was work to be done there, so they would have to again apply for that. So right now it's not identified, so it's not included.
Number 3 was the hours of operation.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Hours of work from 7 to 6.
Yeah, so then we can note that, and that's, if that's what council decides, then that's
Supplement, if I may, through the mayor to the CEO. Yeah, the wastewater treatment plant, I realize that this earthwork agreement does not cover the land where the outfall location would be, but to me, in my mind, indirectly, the wastewater treatment, well, not indirectly, directly, it will be connected to that particular outfall location. So I'm questioning the logic as to why are we permitting to do earthwork on something that has not been finalized to deliver the outflow to that particular, like we don't have one yet. We don't have an agreement. We don't, do we? Sorry, that's, yeah.
Through your worship, that agreement with regard to the outfall is within, that draft agreement is with the developers to be signed. And we're just waiting back to hear if there are, again, any negotiations, or if they're just going to sign it back without discussion. So that could be coming to council. There is an opportunity for that to come to council next month. It may be additional, some back and forth again. It's a process that we go through. So it could be very shortly, or it could not be, depending on how negotiations go.
No more seconds.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Cox, do you have something?
Yeah, through the chair, regarding the hours of operation, would it not be advantageous for council to approve work outside of the operating hours, as we would get most of the calls? It's just a general question, or are we just going to leave that? I'm sure I trust staff to make the concrete decision, but like, say if theoretically, if an approval happened and they were going all weekend, well,
so I guess the quick answer is no, because we'd have to call a special meeting every time the developer would like to have. Can't make a decision at council unless we have a meeting.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they're going to ask it that much. That's the problem, because I've seen it before. I've seen it before in construction where
Earthworks is from 6 a.m. 8 p.m.
Yeah, where where I was the approval for that outside of working hours. And, especially when it gets to like earthworks is one thing, but then when you get to actual construction, it does create a lot of noise. And if the approval happens to be on a weekend, well, anyone working a 5 and 2, those are their only 2 days of rest, right? Well, that's just my thought. I don't know how frequent it'd be coming to the township engineer, I believe it states, how often it'd be coming there, or if it's going to happen just periodically because of, let's say, like unforeseen, something we should do, but just throwing it out there.
Okay. Well, and I appreciate the question, and I guess the CEO can answer. Again, I think it goes hand in hand, though. If we eliminate an hour of work during the day, then there's probably a all likelihood that they're going to ask for another day of work. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think there's, you eliminate an hour a day, that's 5 hours that they're losing a week. Then they're going to say, well, I want to work Saturday for 6 hours because I lost 5 on the week. So I think we got to be careful as to how we would approve hours, when they're going to be approving hours, and do we want the work done quicker, that takes longer days and maybe disrupts people during a day, but for a shorter period of time? Or would you rather it be a project that lasts 3 months, disturbing individuals for 3 months rather than potentially 2 months? So I think there's a bit of issues there, but I'm not sure, Mr. Kalamutu, if you have something as to, I don't think council can be the approving authority for extended hours, but maybe if you have a process as to how you would see that through staff.
Through your worship, right now, we have it noted from 7 to 6. If council wishes to move it from 8 to 5, that's their prerogative. With regard to the clause, as mentioned before, staff can't go against a bylaw anyway. And we can't approve something against a bylaw. We as staff don't have the authority to give those exemptions. So if the developer or the contractor would like an exemption to a bylaw, that has to come back to council. There's no authority for staff to do so. So again, this is, so once the bylaw is passed by council, and we as staff have to abide by any bylaw that's already passed by council. We don't have the authority to exempt, to go over and above that or exempt anybody from that. So unfortunately, unless council decides to delegate that authority, we would have to come back to council for anything that's against or exempted to a bylaw.
Okay. Mr. Cox.
A supplementary through the chair. Would we be able to be given a heads up that they've been given that approval to work outside those hours? And just so we're prepared for like on weekends, right? If they're going to work on a weekend.
So, yeah, it's been typically that it's communicated on social media or the website if there's working hours extended on a weekend, for example.
Excellent. Just making sure.
So the engineer can extend the working hours for the developer.
My apologies for the microphone. And sorry, my apologies for the confusion, but if as it's written right now, and council wants to restrict it more than 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. because of the bylaw, if it is waived under that clause, the director could only give down to 7 or up to 6. Anything that is more than that, including weekends, staff doesn't have the authority to do so. It would have to come back to council because the contractor would have to ask for that exemption, which we wouldn't be able to provide to staff. It would have to come back to staff. We could only, how it's written, we would only be able to give that approval, not going back to council within those hours of the bylaw of 7 to 6. So if we restrict it from 8 to 5, we might be able to waive the 1 hour before or the 1 hour after, but anything above and beyond 7 to 6, we would have to come back to council.
Supplementary.
I hear where you're going there. I'd want to confirm with the bylaw, like just, we've done before, so there has been additional agreements that we have put in place. And maybe if I may just go to clerk, get some clarification from Ms. Anderson.
Through your worship, there was an agreement or something in place for Colgan where they had to notify the township, request or advise or request that they would like weekend work, and we would post it on the township website. That might have been a standalone agreement. It was in place prior to me starting here, and I just continued on with that.
No, I just want to make sure that if there's any stipulation in the nuisance bylaw to exempt development. Okay. That's fine.
Another supplementary.
Sir.
If you can only work within the bylaw, then why does the next clause exist? The engineer being able to provide authority outside those working hours if the working hours already stipulated is the bylaw. If we didn't, like, let's say we didn't change it to 8 to 5. It says 7 to 6, and if that's what our bylaw is, then why does the next clause exist anyways? That's saying they can authorize work outside those hours. That's why I'm wondering if we could get a heads up. Like, I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying want to either know when they're going to do it, so we're prepared as counselors in the area.
Correct. I think either way, I think the restriction will be the noise bylaw or the nuisance bylaw. And if it's not a nuisance bylaw or there's an exemption, then the development agreement will state the time frame, and as your point, it may allow the engineer to extend the hours. But Mr. Johnstone, if you'd like to comment on that as well.
Through the chair, picking up on something that CAO Kalamutu said earlier, I think there's probably a provision there for the township engineer. If there's a need, some sort of an emergency, then I think we as the township have the ability to deal with that emergency. But that would just be on a limited basis. Like, I don't think it would be every weekend type thing. It would just be something's happened, deal with it from 6 to 9 p.m., whatever it is, in order to resolve the situation. I'll call it reasonably, and then go back to normal hours. That would be my interpretation of a situation like along those lines.
Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, you're not going to be able to control the earthworks people. They start at 6 a.m. in the morning. If you don't believe me, go up to 89 Highway. They stage at 89 and Everett Road. They're staging to go into the gravel pit. They're there before 6 a.m. They're there at 5:30. Yeah, you see them. They're there at 5:30 in the morning. I mean, as long as you keep the flow going, you don't have an issue. It's when you've got them all sitting, that's when you have a problem. I think personally, I think if you said 7 till 6, that's good.
It's fine. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Locks.
Thanks to the chair. And sorry, I'm going to stick on the time frame here, but if the township workers that are across the street from me get to start at 7 o'clock, and you're going to tell the earthwork guys to sit around till 8, I think there might be a bit of a problem going on here, because the township guys start at 7. It's just a point.
Winter control starts at 5.
Well, winter control is all night long, but I'm saying, like, they're there at 7 o'clock in the morning, because I believe they work from 7 to 3:30. So for us to put a stipulation in to say these guys can't start till 8 might be reaching. I don't know. I guess you could put it in there, but I don't think they're going to follow it.
Yeah.
But and the other question, idea supplemental, would be how long would earthworks for that first phase take anyways? Like, would that just would anybody have any idea?
Mr. Johnson,
Whether it's a month
rough
or
idea.
2 months?
Through the chair, the timeline in this agreement is set out at a maximum of 2 years. So it has to be finished by then, but because of, I'll call it, other things that we're doing there, there's an incentive to move faster than that. So.
Okay.
No, there would not be continued 2 years.
Councillor Meadows.
Back to the time, like I have no problem with the way the time is set for now. Like Deputy Mayor Locks has said, like, you know, like with our works department and the rest of the noise bylaw, those are regular hours. Okay. What I have a problem with is statutory holidays. I don't think people should have to listen to this noise and stuff for 2 years, like on a statutory holiday. So I would like to see another line there stating that no work will be done on statutory holidays for our residents.
Johnstone?
Through the chair, statutory holidays are excluded, so the developer would not be allowed to work on those days.
That's not what it says here. It says all work on lands will be performed during the permitted hours pursuant to the township's noise control bylaw and in the absence of such regulations between the hours of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. from Monday to Friday, excluding statutory holidays. So that says to me that all work is done between those hours, excluding statutory holidays. So statutory holidays could be open. That's the way I read that. Am I correct, or? That's the way I read it. That's the way it's written. That's the way a lawyer would turn around and say, excluding statutory holidays, you can work whenever you want. Yeah, excluding statutory holidays. So you don't have to work 7 to 6 from Monday to Friday, excluding statutory holidays. It's not written properly. It's 5.8.1. I'm just saying it doesn't. Pardon me?
Obviously wasn't
The intent.
No, it wasn't the intent, but that's the way you read it. We go by the court of law. We don't, like, if the developer wants to take us to task on that, he can do.
This one was also.
So I would like to see something there that states that our residents are not going to be bothered during a statutory holiday of any work being done. So I personally would like to see a separate line stating that. That's right.
Do whatever you want, whenever.
Well, I'm not sure if the Interpretation Act might stipulate that.
No.
Which excludes statutory holidays. Permitted hours exclude statutory holidays.
No, it says excluding statutory holidays. Yeah, but the permitted hours are from Monday to Friday. Then you're saying excluding statutory holidays.
We just put no statutory.
No work allowed.
No work, well, we could do that too. We could put no work allowed on, but then your second line goes, work on lands will be prohibited outside these hours without prior written approval from the township engineer. So the township engineer could turn around and say, you can work Easter, you can work, it's happened before, so I've seen it. So it was on one of our last agreements that was done. So, it's not my first kick at the can at some of this legal jargon. So thank you.
CAO.
So for clarification, through the nuisance bylaw, noise caused by the erection, demolition, alteration, repair, etc., building by construction equipment working upon the site within 300 feet of an occupied dwelling unit on any day between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. of the next day is how the bylaw is written. With regard to the agreement, that is then further restricted as it's written right now from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. with the spirit of it not including holidays. In other words, you should not be able to work on statutory holidays because it's usually on a Monday or a Friday. So it's excluded. However, if council would like, we could write it more clearly. We could restrict it from 8 to 5. We could notify the council members if those hours within the agreement are extended for a reason, but still within the bylaw. We could then notify council to do that, if that is the wishes of council.
Thank you, CEO. And I believe, I'm going to look to the clerk, but I believe that's an administrative change because it's meeting the intent. And I believe everyone, I don't think that needs to be direction of council to change that word, whether it be including, excluding, or not, works not permitted on statutory holidays. I don't believe we need to make an amendment to that. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to you. I would agree in terms of the way agreements are typically interpreted. That would be excluding those dates, but staff can make a change to that wording without a formal direction from council, and we can take that as verbal today.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments with regards to the bylaw? Any further questions with regards to the, I guess we're talking still about the report. So any questions with the report? Councilor Meadows?
For clarification, so are you making the change to excluding statutory holidays?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
So is there any willingness to change the time frame, or because it is more restrictive than the nuisance bylaw is currently written? Okay. Any further comments or questions? All right, so there is a resolution for the report itself that staff report IND 2026-03 dated January 14, 2026 regarding Farsight Homes Development Earthworks Agreement be received, and that council consider the necessary bylaw authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute the Development Earthworks Agreement attached to Schedule A. Mover, please.
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Moved by Deputy Mayor Laux, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. Any further questions or comments? All right, Madam Clerk, there's been a request for a recorded vote from Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against?
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 5 in favor, 2 against.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-2. All right, so we're on to item 14.5, which is staff report IND 2026-04, direct award of capital project, which is a replacement of the 3/4 ton plow truck with a 1 ton. So Mr. Omitz, quick summary.
Yeah, the current vehicle is has over 230,000 kilometers on it. It's a 2017 Ford. It is currently out of service right now for some electrical problems. We have a truck lined up that if I can buy it, would be delivered this week sometime. So it's more of a need than a want right now, so that we can maintain the parking lots in the township.
Okay, thank you. Any questions through Mr. Wilmots on this topic? All right, so this is the capital project I was referring to that we can knock off with the month of January. So the recommendation is a staff report IND 2026-04 dated January 14, 2026 regarding direct award of capital project I 2026-13 replacement of 3/4 ton plow truck be received, and that council approve the direct award to purchase of a 2026 Ford F-350 truck with an 8-foot wide Western adjustable V plow from McAlpin McAlpine, Ford, Lincoln, Aurora, Ontario, in the amount of $111,014.00 plus applicable licenses and taxes. And that the interim director of engineering and public works be authorized to execute the agreement with McAlpine, Ford, Lincoln, Aurora, Ontario for the purchase of the outlined plow truck. Mover, please. Councillor Metals, seconder, please.
Actually, sorry.
Sure.
Blends in with the snow, eh?
Hey, John, with regards to the blade on the front of
Yeah. Okay, so a mover, please. That is Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Metals. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor, and that is carried.
Go buy your truck.
14.6, staff report finance 2026-1, updated community grants policy. Mr. Anderchuk.
Thank you, Your Mayor. Staff are bringing forward just an updated community grant policy for your approval tonight. The current policy was enacted back in February 10th, 2014. Just some of the changes that have been made, or I'd like to highlight now, excuse me, losing my voice. Each grant applicant will now be limited to a maximum grant of $2,000, which is consistent with what other similar sized municipalities do with respect to their grant programs. We are also including that schools would be informed about the community grant each year and advised of the deadline. The policy will continue to require that interested organizations submit their requests using a prescribed application by the advertised deadline. Incomplete or late submissions would not be considered under this policy. The program is, again, designed for not-for-profit and community organizations. Any organizations that are outside of the township must demonstrate, excuse me, in a clear benefit to the Adjala-Tosorontio community. Consistent with the previous policy, council will ultimately still approve the individual grant amounts. The total community grant funding will be determined as part of the annual budget process. For 2026, the budget is $13,000. And this budget line is also used to fund other donations and tributes. I'm recommending that in the future or future budgets, we consider a dedicated budget line item just for the community grants. With council's approval of the policy, we would advertise for the 2026 community grant program later in the spring.
Okay, thank you. Just had one comment, I guess. I know we as a council have had thorough discussion with regards to this process and certainly focused on the schools. But I'm not sure if that's a fair process to just focus on in one of the aspects of our community. So I would like some consideration to change that line to read that best efforts will be made to notify prior year grant applicants and recipients of the current application deadline. So that way that if anybody applied this year for a grant and was either successful for it or wasn't unsuccessful for it, we would send an email off to them and say, here's a grant application, it's open again. If you'd like to apply, here you go. And that would cover that previous year application list, not 10 years ago, the previous year. And in that way, there's no excuse for anyone to understand that was no notification given to the individuals or the organizations that had applied the year before. So not sure where council said on that, but I think we should make our policy more inclusive rather than restrictive. So I would propose that as a resolution if council is willing to accept that, to change the policy to read that line. I do have other hands, so I think I saw Councillor Meadows and then Councillor O'Leary.
I'm just wondering why all of a sudden the policy has changed. I mean, and we had all this discussion at the last council meeting with regards to all this. And if it was a problem back then, we should have deferred the resolution that we put forward before. I'm just wondering, why is it all of a sudden a month later after we've awarded all these amounts, all of a sudden it's become an issue and now we got to change the policy? If Brent could answer that, like where,
The intention was just to clean up the old policy. There's some, if you read the old policy, I think it's a bit dated. And just to be more, policy to be more clear. And I thought through researching, I noticed other municipalities, smaller, often have limits. So I wanted to update the policy to say, hey, there's a limit. We have a limited amount of funds. Let's have a limit to each applicant, to be fair, so that we don't have an applicant that are asking for $15,000 and we've used up the whole budget.
okay, thank you.
I might also say, and this is certainly for council to consider, speaking to our colleagues at the county, a lot of municipalities, and I don't know the numbers, but a lot of municipalities have actually stopped their grants and donations policy altogether. And they take on one-offs as they come by. And then there is no grants and donations. So a lot, I think, to Councilor Meadows' point, I think we discussed at length the special meeting, or actually, I guess it was at a regular council meeting, on the topic. And I think a lot of municipalities went through the same process and they just simply said, well, if we're going to have an hour discussion about $13,000, is it worth the time and effort to actually do it? So I just wanted to put that out there, that is an option to council as well, as to not continue with the grants and donations. Councilor O'Leary.
Through the chair, my question is to Brent. When you issued the checks, or have you issued the checks to the charities for last year or this coming year?
Through the chair, yes, the check.
Did you give them notification that they have to apply with the checks? Did that go out with it, or
No, they
did the
just
check
received-
just
they
go out
received
with it?
they each received a letter and a check, just noting.
But notification that they, in the future, they had to apply. Because that was our discussion. I mean, we spent an hour and a half or something discussing it.
So the letters did not include that, Councilor O'Leary. And I think that's why I'm suggesting that's why we do it.
Okay, yeah, all right.
And actually change the policy that the previous year recipients receive that information so that
Yeah, they
can apply.
received notification,
Yes.
Yeah, that was just my question.
Any further comments on the policy? So I'd be prepared to second that motion for the change if somebody would like to move that. Councillor Cox. So we just amend the policy. Madam Clerk, I don't know which line item that is, but.
Through your worship, that would be section 5, process subsection applying and advertising, bullet point number 4.
Okay, so we remove the bullet point 4 in its entirety and replace with best efforts will be made to notify prior year grant applicants and recipients of the current application deadline. Any questions on that change? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea myself. If people don't want to put forward for the grant application, then, you know, like we're basically telling all these organizations, yeah, put in a grant application, put in a grant. It's not up to us to send out for grant applications. Plain and simple. Anyway, I'm against it. We don't need it. Anyways, take care.
All right, so I haven't got the motion on the floor, so would you like me to put the motion on the floor and then put the amendment on, or is council okay with passing the amendment with the main motion? Okay, so the recommendation will be that staff report finance 2026-01 dated January 14th, 2026 regarding updated community grants policy be received, and that the community grants policy be amended by striking bullet 4 in section 4.
Section 5, subsection applying and advertising, bullet point number 4.
Okay, you can capture that within the confines, Madam Clerk. And be replaced with best efforts will be made to notify prior year grant applicants and recipients of the current application deadline. And that the community grants policy attached to Schedule 1 as amended be approved. Any further questions on that? A mover, please. Councillor Cox. Seconded, Councillor O'Leary.
Can I have a recorded vote on that, please?
Sure. Madam Clerk, a request for a recorded vote from Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
Against.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 4 in favor, 3 against.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-3. All right, so that takes us on to correspondence, and there is none from the consent agenda. And now we're on to 16, which is bylaws. So bylaw 2000, I'm going to skip the topics and just read the motions. At bylaw 2026-001 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 0356 as amended of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio, concession 5 North Part Lot 8, geographic Township of Adjala, Township of Adjala-Tosorontio, 1980 County Road 50 be enacted. Do you have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Cox and seconded by Councillor O'Leary. Any questions with regards to this item?
Record a vote on that, please.
Yes, you may. Councillor Meadows has requested a recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Starting with you, Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or
favor.
against? Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
Against.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 4 in favor, 3 against.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-3. And we're on to 16.2, that bylaw 2026-02 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund transfer payment agreement between His Majesty the King and Right of Ontario as represented by the Minister of Infrastructure and the Corporation of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio be enacted. The mover, please. Councillor Cox. Seconded by Mayor Anderson. And did you ask for?
Yeah, could I have a recorded vote on that, please?
Madam Clerk, Councillor Meadows has asked for a recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 6 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you. The motion carries 6-1. And we're on 16.3, the bylaw 2026-3 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a development earthworks agreement between Fireside Homes and the Corporation of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio be enacted. And a mover, please. Deputy Mayor Laux, seconded by Councillor Cox. All those in favor of the
Can I
recommendation?
have a recorded vote on that, please?
Yes. Madam Clerk, just give me 1 second because I'm trying to catch up on my notes. Madam Clerk, Councillor Meadows has requested a recorded vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against?
Counselor Borzos, in favor or against?
Against?
Counselor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor?
Counselor O'Leary, in favor
In
or
favor.
against? Counselor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 5 in favor, 2 against.
Here, the motion carries 5-2. We didn't put that in a procedure bylaw, but maybe next time. Many municipalities do that. 16.4, the bylaw 2026-4 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a transfer payment agreement for the fire protection grant between His Majesty the King and Right of Ontario as represented by the Solicitor General and the Corporation of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio be enacted. Mover, please. Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Borzos. Any questions or comments on this one? And we've seen the valuable products that we will be using, and this is all cancer-related items as well for the department. So, and I might add, I know we're running here, but I might add that MPP Saunderson actually personally came down to the Station 1 to acknowledge this grant from the provincial government. So we do appreciate his steadfast support of the municipality and our fire services.
And there's more.
Yes, indeed. All right, all in favor of the resolution, and that is carried. 16.5, that bylaw 2026-5 being a bylaw to appoint a municipal bylaw enforcement officer for the corporation of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio be enacted. And a move by Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Simpson. Any questions on this bylaw? All those in favor? That is carried. 16.6, that bylaw 2026-06 being a bylaw to appoint a municipal weed inspector for the corporation of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio be enacted. And a mover, Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Cox. All those in favor? That is carried. 16.7 is that bylaw 2026-07 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 23-24 as amended, being a bylaw to make appointments to advisory committees, local boards, and external boards and committees be enacted. Mover, Deputy Mayor Laux, seconded by Councillor Cox. Any questions on the appointment bylaw? All those in favor? That is carried. 16.8, that bylaw 2026-08 being a bylaw to authorize a temporary borrowing of monies to meet the current expenditures of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio until taxes are collected and other revenues received be enacted. Mover, Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. Questions? All those in favor? That is carried. 16.9, the bylaw 2006-09 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a library services agreement with the ESSA Public Library Board be enacted. Mover, Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Borzos. Questions or comments? All those in favor? And that is, sorry, once more. That is, carried. All right, so we're on item 17, which is notice of motion. We have one notice of motion this evening on the agenda, 17.1. Whereas residents and businesses in the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio are concerned about the quality and lack of reliable cellular service in certain areas of the township. And whereas municipal staff, including the fire department, experience similar challenges with respect to reliable cellular service in certain areas of the municipality, necessitating additional costly equipment to maintain the level of service throughout the municipality. And whereas the municipality is seeing unprecedented growth with over approximately 2,000 units in registered plans, draft plans, and council approved applications, along with many more units expected to be built through additional future applications, it is anticipated there will be an increase in the demand for cellular services. And whereas the lack of reliable and consistent cellular services or coverage affects the safety, convenience, and productivity of the citizens and businesses. And whereas members of council recognize the importance of ensuring all areas of the municipality have access to adequate and reliable cellular service, especially in times of emergency crisis. Now therefore be it resolved that staff of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio be directed to review the township existing protocol for the establishment of telecommunications facilities dated November 7th, 2011, and put forward an update to the existing protocol that takes into account the changing needs of the municipality, including making changes to the existing site selection criteria that discourages telecommunication towers within the Oak Ridges Moraine. And further, that staff be directed to explore collaborative efforts with third-party cell tower providers to improve the provision of cellular services within the municipality by identifying municipal lands and other public lands, including but not limited to the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, Simcoe County, County Forests, Rural Provincial Park as potential sites to host new cellular towers. And further, to send a letter to the major cellular network providers operating in the municipality, including but not limited to Bell, Rogers, and TELUS, requesting they provide a response on the current status of their cellular network coverage, capacity, and performance in the township, as well as identifying plans and timelines for improving the cellular service quality in the township of Adjala-Tosorontio. And that is moved by Councillor Simpson. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Borzos? Comments or questions? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I think this has come up several times within my term of council with regards to cell towers and also with Mayor Anderson's. And it's always been not in my backyard. As soon as you put up a cell tower anywhere, we get public outcry. And that's where the problem lies. It's not with the providers, it's with the pushback from the residents. So I honestly don't know what the solution is to the problem, but you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, if I'm allowed to say that. But I'm just saying, like, it's I don't know what the solution is, but yeah, that's what we've had as far as problems go.
Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, through the chair. And I do want to apologize. When I drafted this, I didn't think we'd be debating it at 11 o'clock. Just quickly with regard to Councillor Meadows' comments, I certainly appreciate that, and I understand the sentiment. I think within the Oak Ridges Moraine, the policy that we have currently is a little bit dated. It doesn't strictly prohibit, but it does disincentivize potential towers going up. It also notes that we need to have certain building code requirements and things like that, when in fact there's no requirement for that for these kinds of towers. So, you know, there are certain things that we can do that will assist and get rid of red tape. And I think that's what this is aimed at. I have seen a similar motion come forward in Clarington, where the municipality identified the locations and was able to coordinate with the service providers to ensure that better service coverage was made available. With respect to with respect to the south, we have county lands, we have county forests, which have a lot of land, where a potential site could be located. We have TRCA lands, and in those areas, you wouldn't even see it. Nobody would know it's there. It's not in anybody's backyard, but it would improve the level of service that is available. So that's what the intent is. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have some reservations myself. I've reviewed the policy and I recall passing it. So, in fact, maybe we didn't even pass it. But anyways, we certainly received it. But I think there's an appreciation that we are here to protect the wishes of our municipality, and that includes the environmental concerns. The policy does use the word discourages to be placed in the Oak Ridge Moraine. It doesn't say it's not permitted, it does say discourages. And generally site selection for towers goes under site plan control as well. So the township would have a site plan for that development. So whether that be buildings or other aspects there, but Industry Canada is the approval authority. And whatever they say is what they say. So the council can certainly comment more. The township can certainly comment more on these applications, but at the end of the day, the Industry Canada is the approval authority. And if there's a need for it, they will. My other concern is a lot of municipalities in the Oakers and Moraine have that kind of wording within. So to respect the views and vistas. So for example, the town of Caledon has the exact same wording, discourages, in the Oakers and Moraine. There's a few other bylaws that say not in sensitive areas and wetlands, things like that. But I think, and I'm okay with looking at this, but I don't think the expectation is that the policy is going to come back with major changes. I think it's going to be a refresh with almost the identical language within that, the same protections that the municipality would want to see. So I wouldn't be so advantageous to remove the thought process of trying to protect our views and vistas and our natural heritage, because I think it gives the second sober thought for a cell phone provider to actually look at other options rather than just be focused on one. And then I might just add as well, we have not yet as council have received any applications in 4 years. So we're going to redevelop a policy that we actually haven't had anything come forward for. So whether or not that's a valuable staff resource is the other question I have. And the last point I want to make is, again, I think the expectations here is, even if we send letters, and I agree, we can certainly reach out to providers. I don't agree with just providing the 3 that are in the township. I think we should be providing anybody and everybody that provides cellular service, whether it's the major 3 or not. But they're going to look at a business case. If it's servicing 20 or 30 homes, it's unlikely that they're going to even consider putting a tower. And if it's servicing 100 homes or another neighbor municipality, then I think they would have it. So, and just to put that in context, as Councillor Meadows has indicated, we had 2 cell towers come to council in the last 8 years. One in Hockley and one on Kenansville, or near Kenansville. Both had the public meeting process, both had some objections. But the objections weren't substantial enough to halt the project, and yet they're not built.
Did we put one in?
That didn't follow the protocol. But so there have been towers that have been proposed and have not been built. And I think that's because there's not enough business case for the providers. So I just wanted to provide some context. I'm okay with having a look at this. I just don't think it's going to have the expectations of new cell towers being produced in the township to provide cellular service the way we might think it might. So that's just a comment that I'd have on that. Deputy Mayor Lux?
Yeah. Through the chair, I have no problem with this because I drive down Highway 50 and I'm not talking to anybody in Loretto, that's for sure. Yeah, my whatever, not concerned or whatever. Just the note so that the public is not misguided that the fire department may not be providing the services that they can provide because of the lack of cellular service. I don't believe that should really be in there because it truly doesn't affect their service. Like they're on radios, so whether they have a cell phone in their pocket or not, and whether it works or doesn't matter. Their communication level is through the radios, and that goes right to Barrie. So I don't think that. I just think that part should be scratched off of there. But I don't have an issue with the motion. Thank you.
I appreciate that concern too. I looked at the same thing. I saw a hand on this side, I think. Councillor Meadows and then Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, I agree with Deputy Mayor Laux on that. Most of our emergency vehicles have a repeater that amplifies and boosts our in the low end. So we have no problems with communications as far as the fire department goes.
Through the chair, with respect to that comment, I just want to note that the wording doesn't say that there are issues. It notes that we have additional costly equipment because there are those issues. No, there's, yeah, no. I don't think there is an issue with the level of service. It's just that because we have issues with cell towers and not having enough, that we have to have additional equipment to maintain the level of service throughout the municipality, which is in fact the case. With respect to the concern about major networks, I did note it's not limited to Bell, Rogers, or TELUS. Now, the real collaborative effort that I'm looking to see too here is how Clarington moved forward. They contracted with a third-party company that basically built the towers. And so, you know, when those towers are built by a third party, there are significant cost savings to the service providers. And so this is the thing that I was hoping we could do, is that we can find efficiencies. And since the municipality has significant resources and land available, and we can identify partners that we can work with who are amenable to, so TRCA and the county forests have indicated that they are amenable to hosting these kinds of services in the past, as has the province with regard to, they have a policy with regard to that. So the intent is that if the municipality can coordinate and make sure that something comes forward, this would be beneficial. So that's what the intent is. And just for clarification, I believe Rogers is currently looking at one site within our municipality. And I believe Bell had indicated that they're looking at 2 for the area generally. So this is where I think if we're able to coordinate, perhaps, you know, some of those benefits can come to our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions on resolution? All those in favor of the resolution? Sorry, just one more time there. That's carried. All right, there is no new business, and we're at 19, which is confirmation bylaw. That bylaw 2026-010 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio at its regular council meeting held on January 14th, 2026 be enacted. And mover please, Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Simpson. Any questions on the confirmation bylaw? And all those in favor? And that is carried. And we are adjourned at 11:10 p.m.